is convening to consider the fiscal year 2025 budget resolution, as well as two Congressional Review Act resolutions, H.J. Res. 20 and H.J. Res. 35. First, we'll turn to the fiscal year 2025 budget resolution. The tailored fiscal framework born within this budget resolution makes for what will be one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in modern history, as Chairman Arrington noted during his markup. At this very moment, our nation stands at a fiscal crossroads, one where we are beckoned to answer a simple yet pertinent question: what path will we choose to go down? The answer to that question is clear. We must embark upon a path that restores the fiscal health and vitality of the nation. This budget resolution is the primary vehicle to get us there. It is not lost on me, or frankly anyone on our side of the aisle for that matter, that there will be spurious caricatures and distorted criticism that will be lobbed at this budget resolution. Before that even happens, let's talk about what it really does and how it will work to put the nation back upon a sound footing where it belongs. First, the budget resolution aligns with the American people's mandate from November 5th and delivers upon President Trump's robust America First agenda. It eliminates the possibility of the greatest tax increase in history being levied against every American and their families. It provides ample resources to the military so that the common defense of the nation remains unencumbered. It also allocates the necessary critical resources to the Trump administration so it can further secure the border and reinforce national security. And this budget resolution instructs committees to begin the important work of trimming wasteful programs, right-sizing our fiscal footprint, and putting us on a path to fiscal sanity as opposed to the death march that Democrat control has left us on as it stands. President Trump specifically requested, quote, one big, beautiful bill, end quote, and House Republicans have answered that request with a constructive, full-bodied product. This blueprint is a framework on which Congress can deliver the agenda the American people want and deserve. Despite what my Democrat colleagues are likely to assert, it doesn't contain any specific programmatic assumptions or cuts. Let me repeat that. It does not contain any specific programmatic assumptions or cuts. The committees are left to determine best their priorities when meeting their instructions. In short, beckoning back to my earlier remarks, we are at a crossroads. Do we embrace a pro-growth, pro-America first, pro-taxpayer budget that puts us on a sustainable path, or do we embrace the failed policies of the last 4 years? I say the choice is clear, and we need to get to work. Now we'll turn to our two Congressional Review Act resolutions. H.J. Res. 20 would overturn the Department of Energy's previous rule that would ban certain natural gas water heaters from the marketplace. The department's rule is entirely misguided and acts as a cudgel against consumer choice and would deal a serious blow to seniors and low-income households. Republicans understand that consumer choice is not something to be trifled with. Consumer choice plays an integral role in our domestic marketplace, and it must be respected. H.J. Res. 35 would overturn the Environmental Protection Agency's previous rule that would impose a significant fee against oil and natural gas facilities if their respective methane emissions exceed specific and entirely arbitrary levels. Nothing about this fee is sensible. It reduces domestic energy production, increases our nation's reliance on foreign energy sources, raises prices, and hamstrings consumers who will ultimately bear the brunt of the cost. Like the water heater rule, this rule should be sent straight to the grave and forgotten about. The nation is locked into a new and better trajectory under the leadership of President Trump and our Republican majorities in the House and Senate. We've been given a mandate to protect consumers, and we have no intention of letting it fall to the wayside. With that, I look forward to today's discussion, and I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and let me welcome our witnesses as well. And let me just begin by saying I actually read the budget, and it will come as no surprise to anybody here that I've come to a different conclusion about this budget than the chair of this committee. The sheer magnitude of the cuts that are proposed in this budget are going to hurt regular people and a lot of the people that I represent. So today we're here to discuss the Republican budget, a budget, in my opinion, that is a betrayal of the middle class. There is nothing America first about this budget. This is about gutting programs that help everyday people so that Republicans can give more handouts to billionaires and special interests. I mean, I keep hearing Republicans run these ads about how their budget is going to put money in regular people's pockets. Talk about misleading. You conveniently forgot to mention that billions and billions this budget gives away to the ultra-rich. And you forgot to mention that you're stealing from regular people to do it. People will see their costs go up. In other words, everyday people, teachers, nurses, firefighters, police officers, farmers, plumbers, laborers are going to get screwed. And I've seen this before. I saw it in 2017, the last time Trump was in the White House. Republicans love rigging the economy for the ultra-wealthy. And today, here they are, keeping the gravy train rolling for billionaires, making it possible for them to pay a lower effective tax rate than the working people of this country. And by the way, you know who else loves this budget? The price-gouging corporations that have been squeezing families at the grocery store, at the gas pump, and on their rent checks. A lot of them pay nothing in taxes. They pay nothing. In fact, nearly 50 companies in the S&P 500 reported paying no income tax expenses in 2023. And you wouldn't dare do anything about that. And then Republicans have the nerve to lecture us about fiscal responsibility. They claim they care about the deficit, but they can't help themselves because this budget blows a massive hole in the deficit. You have $2.7 trillion, that's trillion with a T, in tax giveaways for the ultra-rich contained in this budget. And in the same breath, they're slashing programs that help everyday people. Oh, they're coming after Medicaid, and they're coming after Social Security, and they're coming after Medicare, and they're coming after SNAP, a program that ensures that kids and seniors do not go hungry. I mean, how cruel is that, to take away food from hungry people? And they don't care. They're coming after every single thing that matters to people who work hard and keep this country going. In short, this bill is not about helping regular people. It's about helping the billionaires and price gougers who funded Republican campaigns. Wages for working people have been stagnant for decades. Everything from gas to groceries keeps getting more expensive. Eggs are like $10 a dozen in some places, and we haven't seen a damn thing to bring down costs. It's all handouts to their donors, while everyday people fight to just stay above water. This budget does not invest in working families, it robs them. It doesn't strengthen our economy, it weakens it by making it harder for regular people to get ahead. Plain and simple, Republicans are betraying the middle class. Democrats have a very different vision, one that puts regular people in front of billionaires. We care about working people who can't afford rent. We care about the people who get their hands dirty on the job and are pissed off that billionaires are able to pay lower effective taxes than they do. And we care about the nurses and the teachers and the police officers and the firefighters and the waiters and waitresses and cashiers who deserve better than this Republican budget that screws them over. It is insulting. It is insulting. Democrats want tax relief for workers, not the ultra-rich. Democrats believe in protecting Social Security and Medicare, not gutting them to pay for corporate tax handouts. And Democrats support Medicaid and SNAP because we know these programs are essential for keeping millions of Americans who live on the brink from falling off the cliff. And we all know trickle-down economics doesn't work. After the last round of Trump tax cuts that gave companies billions in tax breaks, those companies didn't spend that money on their workers or building new infrastructure. They spent it on stock buybacks to enrich their wealthy shareholders. For example, T-Mobile almost paid nothing in federal income taxes in 2023, but spent $13 billion on stock buybacks, which is why we should grow our economy from the bottom up and not the top down. This Republican budget is about choices, and they're choosing billionaires over teachers and nurses, for God's sakes. They're choosing corporate greed over struggling families. They're choosing to make life harder for the people who do the real hard work in this country. And they're blowing up the national debt while they're at it. Only these guys, Trump and Elon and the MAGA clown show in Congress, could find a way to cut hundreds of billions of dollars in spending on critical and essential programs that help people, and yet still blow up the national debt. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. The American people deserve better. They deserve a government that works for them, and not just the wealthiest elite and those at the top. I ask my colleagues, have any of you been in your districts lately? Have you talked to people? I mean, real people, as opposed to just political donors? This is not what people want. I promise you, this is not what people want. And Democrats are going to expose this corruption and grift, and we're going to fight like hell to stop it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I welcome our first panel, Chairman Arrington and Ranking Member Boyle from the House Budget Committee. I will remind the witnesses that your full statement may be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Arrington, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. In the most consequential election of our lifetime, Americans resoundingly elected President Trump to reverse course on the failed policies of the last 4 years, restoring law and order, safety and security, a strong economy, an affordable cost of living, and hope for an overall better quality of life and a brighter future. In other words, as President Trump is fond of saying, to make America great again. The last 4 years of unbridled spending and bad economic policies ignited a cost of living crisis that crushed American families and small businesses alike. Skyrocketing prices pummeled the bottom line of American job creators, eroding Americans' purchasing power, and stretched family budgets to their breaking point. Today, we take an important step in unlocking the policies that will provide critical relief for families, reignite an American comeback, restore fiscal health to our nation by reining in Washington's runaway taxes, spending, and regulations. Our resolution also recognizes the need to provide critical resources for securing the border and strengthening our military as our Commander-in-Chief reestablishes the first and most important job of the federal government to provide for the common defense. President Trump asked for one comprehensive bill to implement the full America First agenda, and that's exactly what the House Budget Committee has delivered. Now it's time for all Republicans in both chambers to follow President Trump's lead by passing it, making these common sense policies a reality for the American people. This balanced budget resolution will achieve the following objectives. In order to make America prosperous again, we will reverse Biden's spending spree and bend the curve on mandatory spending. We will lock in tax cuts for working families and small businesses crushed by the recent cost of living crisis. We will open up domestic energy production and drive energy costs down for consumers. We will release the regulatory stranglehold that is choking our job creators and compromising economic freedom. And we will right-size the bloated bureaucracy and root out massive waste and fraud in the people's government. And in order to make America safe again, we will provide the resources necessary to secure the border, support our Border Patrol agents, support our troops as we strengthen the military, and rebuild our military readiness. This budget reconciliation process, and this is important, is not just an exercise in matching revenues with outlays. More importantly, we are reconciling the difference between the American people's interest, expectations, and values and their federal government, which has lost its way, forgotten who it serves, and too often has failed to faithfully, fairly, and efficiently execute the laws of the land. And if we learned anything from the November election, the American people want a strong and competent leader, common sense policies, and an agenda that puts America first. They want their country back, safe, strong, and free. And that's exactly what we intend to deliver for them, Mr. Chairman. The members of the Budget Committee have answered this call and met this moment with urgency. All 21 Republicans voting unanimously out of committee, the fastest passage of a budget resolution in the Budget Committee's 50-year history. We must meet this moment, as I said, with the urgency it demands, to protect the most vulnerable and make our government efficient and accountable before we bankrupt this country and foreclose on our children's future. This budget resolution provides the fiscal framework for what will be the most consequential piece of legislation in modern history and the principal legislative vehicle for delivering on President Trump's America First agenda. And I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking Member Boyle, you are now recognized.
Thank you. Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Let me also say something else. I know sometimes service on the Rules Committee, whether you're in the majority or the minority, can be a thankless task, requiring many extra hours of your time and attention. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for your service on this committee. Over the course of this hearing, indeed already, our Republican colleagues will make sweeping claims about their budget. They will insist it promotes economic growth and helps working families. Let's be clear. What Mr. McGovern already said is correct. This budget is a Republican betrayal of the middle class. It guts the very programs millions of Americans rely on: health care, food assistance, education, all to hand out massive trillion-dollar giveaways to billionaires. The contradictions in their rhetoric couldn't be more obvious. Just last week, President Trump assured the American people that Medicaid would remain untouched. Indeed, I believe his exact words were, he would, quote, love and cherish Medicaid. Then hours later, he endorsed this budget, one that slashes at least $880 billion from critical health programs, including Medicaid. The consequences will be staggering. 72 million Americans, children, seniors, people with disabilities, and working families depend on Medicaid. They're Democrats, Republicans, and independents. They're my constituents, and they're yours. Instead of protecting them or loving and cherishing them, this Republican budget has shown their priorities to be clear. Take from those who need it in order to give trillions in tax cuts to those who need it the least. And let's address their so-called economic claims. They argue their budget will generate $2.5 trillion in magic growth without adding a single cent to the deficit. Not one independent, nonpartisan organization believes that fuzzy math. The truth is, this budget does not reduce the deficit. It does not reduce the national debt. It explodes it, making room for $4 trillion in new debt. It's right there in black and white in the bill. This, of course, from the same group who for years shed crocodile tears over the size of our deficit and debt. They're adding trillions more to the debt, not to invest in working families, mind you. not to build a stronger future for our country, but to line the pockets of the richest 1/10 of 1%, folks who will receive at least a tax break of $314,000 per person. And who pays the price? Everyday Americans facing higher health costs, fewer protections, and a government that turns its back on them. The American people deserve better, and the Democrats on the House Budget Committee fought back. Less than 2 weeks ago, over the course of a 12-hour markup, House Budget Democrats offered more than 30 amendments, fighting to protect Medicaid, safeguarding critical programs, and standing up for students, educators, workers, and veterans. Unfortunately, the majority rejected every single one of these amendments. Given the choice between standing with the hardworking people who built this country and standing with billionaires, they chose billionaires. A budget is not just numbers on a page. It's a statement of values. It reflects priorities. It is a vision for the kind of country we want to be. Republicans have made their priorities clear. Cut Medicaid, cut $1.5 trillion at least from critical programs in order to pay for trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the richest 1%. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify and look forward to your questions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, noting exceptions to Ranking Member Boyle's statements. I now recognize Ms. Fishbach for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to confirm that we're talking about the budget resolution because it's there's a lot of talk about cuts and all kinds of things, but we're talking about a budget resolution right now. And you know, our colleagues are claiming that this resolution does a number of things that it doesn't actually do. And I do think it's important to point out that the real reason that we're here is because of the expiration of the Trump tax cuts. And it would result in the largest single tax increase on working families in recent history. My Democrat colleagues want to distract from the real impact of letting these tax provisions expire by talking about the millionaires and billionaires and not talking about the impact on the everyday Americans. In my district, a family of four making the median income in my district, which is around $70,000 a year, would see their taxes go up by more than $1,400. So if we let those Trump tax cuts expire, these are the real numbers. Over 100,000 families in my districts would see their child tax credit slashed in half if the Trump tax cuts expire. And I'll tell you, I was in my district. I do talk to the folks in my district. And I was in my district this weekend, and there was a couple with a little baby in the corner, little baby with a pink hat on, so assuming it's a girl. And I said something about the tax, if the child tax cuts expire, child tax credits expire, and they nodded. They were like, don't let them expire, don't, you know, so they were very concerned about that. So this is real people, over 100,000 families in my district, and nearly 57,000 small businesses in my district would lose their small business deduction and would have to pay a rate of 43.4% tax rate. And over 29,000 family farms in my district would find it much harder to pass their way of life onto the next generation with debt when the death tax doubles if the Trump's tax cuts expire. So as we talk about those things, we need to make sure we're talking about facts and that we talk about what's happening to the people in our districts. And Chairman Arrington, I just wanted to, you know, I'd like to, obviously the other side's talking about a lot of things that aren't, that this will do or is doing that's not really. And so if you'd like to, I'd like to give you a chance to respond to some of the claims that this resolution is doing things it's not, if you want to.
Well, you mentioned the tax cuts, much maligned over the years, wrongfully, because what the Democrats failed to acknowledge is that more people were lifted out of poverty after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act than any other time in the history of our country. The median income actually went up by 5%. That's the most in 25 years. We had fewer people unemployed among the most vulnerable Americans in recorded history. We had more monies, American dollars, repatriated to the United States, invested to grow businesses, to create jobs, to create opportunities, to give hope for a better quality of life, a bigger paycheck. That's what happened. But they failed to talk about that. And in fact, when they criticized the tax cuts as a giveaway to the rich and corporations, they probably don't talk about the green energy tax subsidies to the climate-related corporations that was scored at $250 billion and ended up being about $700 to $800 billion in cost. But worst of all, it was distortive. It drove energy prices up, and it made us more dependent on foreign sources. And about 70%, according to some sources, of the value of those green energy corporate tax giveaways that the Democrats passed unilaterally, 70% of the value went to China because of the rare earth mineral mining, because of the component parts to many of the renewable energy endeavors. But when they criticized the TCJA back in the day, because these are tired, old, rhetorical and false claims, they said that this was a tax cut for the rich and corporations. The Washington Post fact check gave 4 Pinocchios. The Washington Post, they gave 4 Pinocchios saying this is simply wrong, clearly false. 3 of every $4 in the 2017 tax cuts went to individuals, cutting taxes for the lowest income by 10%, and the top 1% got a 0.5% tax cut. There are other, Washington Post said that the tax cuts going to the top 1% gave this false statement to Pinocchios, calling it a zombie claim, galling. So even the Washington Post discredited these claims. But you know, the American people are the best judge of this. They hear both sides. I'm not sure they believe necessarily any one party, including our own, sadly enough. But they believed in the effects and the results of the policies of President Trump and unified Republican leadership, in contrast to the 40-year high inflation, the cost of living crisis, a weaker economy, a nation closer to the precipice of a debt crisis, all because of $8 trillion in unbridled deficit spending and a $5 trillion additional cost in interest expense on the debt, which tripled under President Biden. I think the American people, Ms. Fishbach, made the ultimate decision and use their good judgment. And in this case, they trusted President Trump and Republicans to turn this economy around, to bend the curve on wasteful and unnecessary spending with a $2 trillion deficit and $36 trillion that will be heaped on the backs of our children. I think they believed and trusted in him and us to do this very thing, and it will be much maligned going forward. There'll be lots of false claims and fear-mongering. We've got to do what we know is right for our country, for our children's future, and for America's leadership in the world going into the better part of the 21st century. Thanks for letting me have that opportunity.
Thank you very much. And I will just sum it up. And what I think that my Democrat colleagues like to do is to distract from the real facts by talking about millionaires and billionaires and not the average American who will suffer if we don't extend these tax cuts. The tax cuts for the families in my district and in theirs, the tax cuts for the small businesses in my district and in theirs, and the tax cuts for the family farms. And I think we need to focus on that because the Democrats will continue to try to confuse and distract people with talking about millionaires and billionaires. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ranking Member McGovern for his questions.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with the chairman of the committee. I think that the American people are the best judge. And I'd encourage my Republican friends, I'd encourage the chairman to go home and do a town hall meeting. You get an earful right now. Because people are like shocked that they thought that Trump was going to focus in on lowering the cost of living for people, lowering the cost of eggs and lowering the cost of fuel and lowering the cost of rents and everything else, everything's going in the wrong direction. And with the promise of tariffs, things are even getting worse. Yeah, so go home and do a town hall, listen to people, and they see through this. We could talk all we want about how, oh, don't worry about Medicaid and don't worry about Medicare and don't worry about anything, everything's gonna be beautiful. And then you look at the numbers, that are contained in this budget, and it just defies reality. People are tired of the BS. They really are. And don't lecture us about how, the tax cuts were somehow a great boon for average families. I got an analysis here saying that rather than use their windfalls from the 2017 tax laws, corporate tax cut to increase wages for rank-and-file workers, corporations have boosted stock buybacks, which exceed $1 trillion in 2025, according to a recent Goldman Sachs analysis. I mean, people at the top, big corporations, use this to enrich themselves. So again, I'm shocked at this budget. I'm shocked at the cruel cuts to Medicaid, to SNAP assistance, to assistance for working families that are outlined in this budget resolution. I think all, again, to protect the ultra-rich from paying their fair share. Middle class and working families deserve more money in their pockets, but the rest of what's outlined in this budget, it's a billionaire giveaway. It's a giveaway to the well-off and the well-connected. This is not what our constituents want. In fact, this Republican budget plan is a betrayal of the middle class that funnels taxpayer dollars into giveaways for the ultra-rich. This is inhumane, and Americans are watching exactly what you're doing. And on top of all of this, I think it's hypocritical. So less than a year ago, the Budget Committee met and reported out a 2025 budget. That budget never came to the House floor, but every Republican on the Budget Committee supported it. Now, Chairman Arrington, you're back with a new 2025 budget that also has been reported out by your committee, and I think it's revealing to compare the two. For instance, last year you brought forward a budget that would result in the United States being $40 trillion in debt in 2034. Now, less than a year later, you're before us with a budget that would instead result in the United States being $56 trillion in debt in 2034. What in the world has happened in the past months that has made you think it's appropriate for our nation's debt to increase by 40% over your prior budget?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Ranking Member and dear friend, and you are a friend. But it's, I think, important to note that my Democrat colleagues never did a budget resolution in the committee, not once. We at least laid out a framework for a balanced budget, which was the first one that you mentioned, and now we've worked in regular order to put forward a balanced budget resolution that will not add to the deficit. And so you ask what the difference is. The difference is we have a conference that worked collectively to make sure that we put the policies in place to grow this economy and start to bend the curve on mandatory spending, which is 75% of the budget and 90% of the increase in the budget, and certainly the preponderance of what's driving the debt. The last time anybody's even touched mandatory spending in a significant way was in 1997 at $400 billion. It was a bipartisan effort to reduce the deficit. We are long overdue for this.
But the numbers I'm giving you, Mr. Chairman, are from your very own budget. On page 6, line 16 of your fiscal year 2025 budget resolution from the 118th Congress, just over $40 trillion in debt in 2034. That's your budget. And then on page 6, line 9 of the resolution we're discussing today, $55.5 trillion. It's right here. I mean, Ranking Member Boyle, are you able to confirm that?
If you want to direct me to the page, I believe that you are correct, but if you want to direct me to the page, I can.
Page 6, line 9 of the resolution we're debating right now.
Fiscal year 2034, $55,566,372,000,000. So yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
More than $55 trillion.
Yeah, and then and this was in the last year's budget was at $40 trillion. So I mean, clearly something has changed. I mean, the double talk on the budget I think is absolutely incredible. Republicans claim this is a responsible budget that will help, not hurt the debt, but their own resolution plans on $16 trillion more in terms of dollars going to add to the debt, $16 trillion more than they planned on just last year. And there's another difference between last year's Republican budget and this year's one that I find particularly interesting. Last year's budget had a whole section about limiting budget gimmicks that, quote, obscure the federal budget's true condition, end quote. This year, that section is mysteriously missing. Ranking Member Boyle, is that because Republicans are now using such budget gimmicks to try to justify voting for an explosion to our national debt?
The short answer is yes. I would refer people to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, certainly not a progressive organization and one that has been an equal opportunity, one that has actually criticized both sides in recent years when it comes to deficit and debt. They have pointed out repeatedly just what an absolute gimmick this is. It assumes growth projections that are entirely unrealistic, and no nonpartisan group comes anywhere close to coming up with in order for them to mask the fact that this explodes our deficit and debt.
Yeah, and I think what's clear to me is that the Republicans on this committee, on the Rules Committee, who voted for that budget last year, Mr. Roy, Mr. Norman, and Mrs. Fishbach, clearly shouldn't vote for this rule if they actually care about the deficit and the debt. You know, I had to point out that absurd contradiction, but now let's talk about what I think is the real scandal here, which is the constant tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires that Republicans keep on passing. Last time Trump was in charge, Republicans cut taxes on giant corporations, lowering the corporate tax rate by 14% and giving huge handouts to Amazon and Meta and every other billionaire corporation out there. Ranking Member Boyle, why aren't Republicans talking today about why aren't Republicans talking today about extending those corporate cuts?
Yeah. So the original 2017 TCJA brought the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%. That is obviously a 14-point reduction, but on a percentage basis, it's actually a 40% cut in the corporate tax rate. They decided to make that permanent. They didn't make, and I've heard a lot of conversation from the other side already about the tax cuts that were included for lower income folks and working class folks, tax cuts that were a pittance compared to what the richest 1% of Americans got. Nonetheless, they didn't make them permanent. They didn't make any of the tax cuts permanent. The only thing they made permanent were the corporate tax cuts, the 40% reduction in the corporate tax rate. Final point on this, because there was an argument, President Obama and a number of Democrats, such as myself, were arguing that we should reduce the top rate at 35% to something lower and broaden the base by closing loopholes. There was no company that ever came into my office that had the nerve to ask for a 40% reduction. They were looking for something in the high 20s, somewhere around the average of other nations. So the reduction from 35% to 21% was absolutely massive, and this was made permanent, which again I think reflects the priorities.
So just to be clear, I want to get this straight. Republicans made their tax cuts for giant corporations permanent, but let the tax cuts for working families expire.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? Okay. Now, if that doesn't show where President Trump and the Republicans' priorities are, I'm not sure what does. But I just want to get a sense of what the thinking on this is from the chairman of the committee, of the Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington. Mr. Chairman, and this is really a yes or no question. I'm not looking for necessarily a long answer, but is it your position that we cannot raise taxes on people making over $1 million a year by a single cent? Is that your position?
My position is that we should lower taxes for every American. They pay too much in
So
taxes.
millionaires and billionaires should get their taxes reduced?
Well, our position at the time was, and of other points to make on the corporate tax rate, is that we differed from our Democrat colleagues who were okay keeping our business tax rates higher than communist China. We thought that was not wise nor competitive for American companies. So we simply wanted to give some competitiveness. We're still outside the top 25%, by the way, in terms of rates, but you could help us lock in comparable tax treatment to like 26 million small businesses with the 20% deduction.
Well,
in
as you know,
199.
there are corporations that pay zero in taxes because of all the loopholes that are in the tax law, right? And that's just a fact. And the idea that we have a budget before us that is calling for huge cuts that we know are going to negatively impact programs like Medicaid. And by the way, those cuts are not going to result in savings. You cut Medicaid at the level you want to cut Medicaid by, let me tell you what's going to happen. People aren't going to go get primary care. Or if they get sick, they're not going to go to the doctors. And you know what's going to happen? They'll end up in emergency rooms. And we're going to pay dearly for that. That's the most expensive kind of health care. But we're cutting those things. And we know as we're gathered here today that because of all the loopholes, we have some corporations paying zero. But rather than go after that, we're going after poor people. We're going after food benefits and SNAP. We're going after farmers, who are struggling right now. We're going after small businesses. We're going after people who struggle. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Do you think it is okay that Tesla pays nothing in taxes as the company pays Elon Musk tens of billions of dollars? Do you see anything wrong with that?
I think it's wrong to let illegal immigrants benefit from our social services, and that's what's happening on Medicaid. And in fact,
Well, first of all, that's not the question. I mean, and the reality is, we could have a conversation on what all the value that immigrants bring to our communities and our businesses, by the way.
Sure.
And our businesses. But the bottom line is, I'm asking about the company that Elon owns, Tesla, and I'm asking your opinion. You have to design a budget with revenue that we have coming in, and I want to know if you think it's okay that Tesla pays nothing in taxes.
Corporations pay a tax rate. They pay, shareholders pay capital gains taxes. We've got taxes from cradle to grave. We've got taxes up and down the government chain from local, state, and federal taxes. I'm simply submitting to you that lower tax rates for all benefit the country.
So in other words, you're not going to answer my question, but I ask you unanimous consent to submit into the record an article from Investors Business Daily entitled, "Nearly 10% of S&P 500 companies paid no tax, including Tesla."
Where's the article from?
Investors Business Daily.
Without objection?
And do you think it is fair that right now in this country, it's possible that a billionaire can pay a lower effective tax rate than a firefighter or a nurse?
I think it's unfair for 1% and unhealthy for the top 1% to pay almost half the expenses of our collective federal government. I think it's unfair for the top 10% to pay effectively 75% of the freight. I think we ought to have an ownership society where everybody feels a part
So you
of our
think the
country.
answer, I take it the answer is yes on that. Do you think it's right that hedge fund managers and CEOs get all kinds of special tax breaks, but teachers, police officers, and truck drivers don't?
I'm for closing special interest deductions, credits, loopholes of all kinds, and flattening the tax regime, just like repealing the green energy tax breaks.
So you would basically join Democrats in demanding that all these special loopholes get closed so that these billionaires and these big corporations that are not paying any taxes right now
I think we
will be
should-
forced to pay taxes.
I think we should work together to clean up the tax code, and I would include the green energy tax giveaways that were unilaterally supported 100% by every Democrat, and those were corporations, 90% of
I
it.
just wish you were in charge of the Budget Committee if you were agreeing with me, because, this was an opportunity to kind of set out some goals here and some direction. If tax cuts for billionaires and corporations are job creators, like your side claims, why did they use the last round of Trump's tax cuts for stock buybacks instead of raising wages?
The working middle-class American family gained $5,000 of their hard-earned money, by the way,
Right.
to pay
But-
for a
but according-
21% inflation tax caused by the
According
reckless
to a
spending of
recent
your
Goldman
party.
Sachs analysis, rather than use their windfalls from the 2017 tax laws corporate tax cut to increase wages for rank-and-file workers, corporations have boosted stock buybacks, which will exceed $1 trillion in 2025.
I would just note, you're closing in on 16 minutes.
I appreciate it, but I've been on this committee when some of my colleagues on the other side have used 45 minutes or 60 minutes to go ask questions. So I'll try to wrap this up.
appreciate your discretion.
Yeah, but this is important.
I appreciate
And this
the
is important, and we're not going to have any opportunity to debate this in any detail on the House floor because of the rules that my Republican friends are going to impose. Trump bragged about avoiding taxes and using loopholes. Do you support a system where billionaires like Trump get to pay little or nothing? Why aren't you doing anything to fix that now that you're in charge?
I think we should broaden the base. I think we should clean up the tax code. I think there are lots of ways to do that, by the way, where there are constituencies, so to speak, that benefit or that are more connected to one party or the other. We ought to work together to do that.
So to be fair, because I asked this question of Mr. Boyle, why did Republicans choose to let Trump's tax cut for corporations remain permanent, but let middle-class individual tax cuts expire?
Well, the corporate tax rates were the most pro-growth of all. So when we talk about the $5,000 in wage increases, when we talk about poverty rates, when we talk about repatriation, the biggest driver of that was making sure we weren't the highest taxed business enterprise in the developed world and higher than communist China.
I just told you how they use that money for stock buybacks. And by the way, just for the record, I'll be honest with you, billionaires need us. Billionaires need people, not the other way around. But, these companies took that tax break and they enriched their shareholders. Will you support a reconciliation bill outlined by this budget resolution that has any cuts in Medicaid or Medicare?
I will support a budget resolution or a reconciliation bill that does not allow hard-earned tax dollars to flow to people who are in this country illegally.
Yeah,
And I will also support a bill.
You're not answering my question. Will you support a reconciliation bill that cuts SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program?
Mr. McGovern, this exercise is not about cutting benefits from, in spite of your comments.
It very much is.
It's not.
It is.
It's actually expecting that the tax dollar that was intended to go to the beneficiary goes to the beneficiary, not an illegal immigrant, and not somebody that doesn't
I don't know
qualify
what
for
you're
the
talking
job.
about. Well, I mean, people.
May I give you an example?
People who on the tax cuts, the Trump tax cuts, thought that these businesses that got the most generous benefits were going to invest in increasing people's wages and investing in infrastructure and more jobs. They did not do that. But do you know what the? I'm assuming the answer to this is yes. But have you ever talked to a family who's on SNAP?
Absolutely.
And do you know what the average SNAP benefit per person per meal is?
You've mentioned it before, but you could tell me. I don't have it in front of me.
It's right now it's about $2.07 per person per meal. Right now, our back of envelope calculation on what benefits would be cut, and it would be if they cut the 2021 benefit update, would take that from $2.07 per person per meal to about $1.60 per person per meal. Do you know how many people, are on SNAP in your district, Mr. Arrington?
A lot less after we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. A
Well,
lot
I'll tell you,
less.
36,529.
The goal should
with
be
and
to
with-
keep people off the
Right.
welfare
Well,
rolls
you know
and
what?
trapped
Those
in
tax
poverty.
cuts didn't.
It-
And
ours
with respect,
did.
and
6
respect.
million people were I don't mean to cut you off.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Ms. Arrington, 36,529 is quite a few people in your district.
I have a
And
lot
that
more
number-
taxpayers in my
But with
district,
respect
and
to
I
my
have a lot
Republican
more
colleague,
people-
excuse me,
Go ahead.
with respect to my Republican colleagues, and to you, Mr. Arrington.
Yeah, please.
You're doing these cuts, and you don't even know what you're cutting. And I know how many recipients are in my district.
Yeah, I totally, Mr.
48,389, almost 50,000.
That's
And
a
they're
false
all
statement.
And they're all scared shitless
Yeah.
at what these
Well,
cuts
they
mean for their
should be
families,
with your-
for their kids, and
Yeah.
I mean.
I would be too
yeah.
with the fear-mongering that you
Well,
perpetuated
you have a
along with your
$230
colleagues. And it's not true.
You have a $230 billion cut in the ag section of this bill. And we know that, commodities, U.S. Farm commodities are not going to be targeted. Our farmers are already going to be hurt by Trump trying to eliminate USAID because $2 billion of the food that we send overseas is purchased from our local farmers. But let me finally turn back to Ranking Member Boyle. It is my understanding that Speaker Johnson made a backroom deal with certain members of the Republican Freedom Caucus to add a bill to this resolution that speeds up government deregulation. It's called the REINS Act during your markup. But what I see is just a policy statement with no force of law. Is that accurate?
So after at that point, about 12 hours into our markup, the majority offered two amendments, the first of which was the REINS Act, which would do exactly what you described. And while it might sound to some innocuous, the ramifications would be devastating. The REINS Act would block rules that ensure the safety of our food, air, water, and workplace. So this is something that, if enacted, would have real ramifications for most Americans.
So right now, it's a policy statement with no force of law, right?
That's correct.
If they were somehow to make this fake provision real in this resolution, based on your understanding, would the REINS Act ever actually make it through the Senate in a reconciliation bill?
Well, that's where you run into, and I'm certainly not the Senate parliamentarian, but there is part of the rather quirky rules of reconciliation is this provision that there can be nothing attached to a budget resolution in order to remain under the rules of reconciliation to retain its privilege that can have a non-incidental budgetary impact. And so, given that, I have to say it's hard to see how that would survive.
So the REINS Act is not a revenue measure, it's a regulatory measure, and therefore that's the reason why it would not make it
Correct.
through
I
the
mean,
Senate.
not only, you might recall 4 years ago when House Democrats were attempting to use, as part of their reconciliation, a provision to increase the minimum wage, which hasn't been increased in this country in a decade and a half and is still $7.25 an hour. Even though that would seem to have a fairly obvious budgetary impact to me, the Senate parliamentarian ruled that the impact was incidental and therefore struck it out. Here you have this policy statement with no budgetary impact, so it seems pretty obvious that it wouldn't fly with the parliamentarian, and it's pretty clear it would be taken out.
So I'll just say, to people like Mr. Norman, if you're going to vote for this bill because of the REINS Act, you might want to have a conversation with the Senate parliamentarian. So, for folks at home, and let me close here, and frankly, for some in this room, let me share exactly what's going on here. Speaker Johnson is trying to do a magic trick with this budget scam, and he wants to make sure that none of us look too closely, because he's telling the moderate Republicans one thing and turning around and telling the House Freedom Caucus another. And they can't both be true. So we'll see on the floor who the suckers are, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would remind members and witnesses that we're not supposed to talk over one another when we can. I know we get excited and things are being said. Further, would remind folks that in Jefferson's Manual of Parliamentary Practice and Procedure, while we have gone away from that, we weren't supposed to talk about what the Senate might or might not do because we're two independent bodies. With that, I recognize Mr. Roy for his questions.
Thank the chairman. Thank both the chairman and the ranking member for appearing before the committee. We spent a lot of time together last week, or the week before, I guess. Mr. Chairman, we have before us a budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's a budget resolution. We have no specific policies or programs that are directly laid out in said budget as it relates to where any spending or tax policy or anything else should be directed, right?
That's accurate.
There are instructions to committees. Is that right?
That's right.
There are instructions committees to meet the goals of the budget. Is that right?
Correct.
I'll ask the chairman a question carefully and state it in the form of what I believe. He can agree or disagree with it. That it would be ideal if we were balancing our budget. We are not. that we currently are spending roughly $7 trillion a year in our total spend.
That's correct.
That is up from $4.5 trillion a year in 2019 pre-COVID. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we are up $2.5 trillion in just over 5 years. Is that correct?
52% since COVID.
That is driven in significant part by inflation, by policies that have been adopted and that have driven inflation over that time. True.
That's true.
Also driven in significant part by policies pursued by the previous administration and to some degree Congress. True.
Including $2 trillion in executive orders by President Biden.
Which have both an inflationary impact as well as a budgetary impact, correct?
That's correct.
In addition, the Inflation Reduction Act, so-called subsidies, which I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, 90% of said subsidies go to billion-dollar corporations,
That's correct.
that those subsidies have both an inflationary impact and a budgetary impact, correct?
That's correct.
And we are dealing with the impact of both the budgetary impact and inflationary impact, correct?
That's correct.
So what the American people want us to do and what we're trying to do with the budget is try to close that gap and figure out how we can get that back down in terms of constraining the size, scope, and government programs, which is both causing the inflation that is then causing the spending, and the spending is causing the inflation, and it's a vicious circle. Is that a fair statement?
It's a fair statement. Well put.
And that I assume the chairman would agree with me that we could reduce spending and that we should seek as a goal to try to get back to the pre-COVID trajectory of spending. Is that correct?
That would be a reasonable goal.
Yeah, we could do better, but that would be at least a modest goal to try to get back to that. And I used the word trajectory. I didn't say we'd go back to exactly that specific level. So for example, our friend from Wisconsin, Senator Johnson, has said, and I'm not going to comment on what the Senate will do or not do, but just on what the senator has spoken about, that the senator has pointed out that if you adjusted that 2019 level of spending for Medicare, Social Security, interest payments with increase of interest, and adjusted it for inflation along those lines, that we should be at $6 trillion. Is that roughly correct to your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Which would be $1 trillion less than the $7 trillion we're currently spending.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to say this sheepishly. Does the budget that we adopted last week come close to addressing even that $1 trillion shortfall
It
in
is,
the single year?
in the grand scheme of things, it's a meaningful step in the direction we must go and the continuous effort to rein in unnecessary and wasteful spending. But relative to the $7 trillion budget and the $1 trillion in additional spend post-COVID, we're talking about 150 to 200 billion a year.
And does the budget that was adopted make certain assumptions? It does, correct?
That's correct.
Are the assumptions that the budget makes, we build into it spending reductions and instructions to reduce spending of what you just described of 150 to 200 billion dollars a year annually to total 1.5 to 2 trillion over 10 years? Is that one of our assumptions?
That's correct.
That's an instruction.
That's an instruction.
And then an assumption is that we are assuming 2.5%, roughly 2.55% economic growth.
That's correct. Which
Now-
was the growth rate the last year of President Trump with unilateral Republican leadership, Republican policies in place, and it's well below the average of the recent and long-term history of our country and our economy.
And correct me if I'm right. Now, look, full disclosure, right? Our recent trends have been closer to 2% growth. Is that correct, over the last couple of decades?
That's correct.
Fair characterization. CBO currently has baked into the baseline an estimate of 1.8% growth.
That's
correct. We have had history in the United States over the last, I think, roughly century, give or take, historic growth, and CBO would confirm this, of 3.2% growth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Over the history of what we've been
Some
cataloging.
decades we had 4%.
Correct. Some have been higher. We had the U.S. economy grew, to the best of my knowledge, 3.6% in 21 to 24, 2.7%, 22 to 24, 2.8% in 24, 3.1% since World War II, We grew by more than 3% in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, by more than 4% in the 60s and 50s. And so our budget assumes 2.55% economic growth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does the chairman agree that that is well within historical norms and averages?
I think it's conservative.
And so I would ask, in fairness to
With
the ranking...
respect to historical average, I think
Sure.
it's conservative.
I'd like to ask on this point, in fairness to the ranking member with whom we've got a great relationship on the committee,
Yes.
would the ranking member agree that while it is admittedly higher than what CBO is projecting in its budget, right, that it is well within historic norms if you look at the broad base of American history and a number of the times in which we've achieved economic growth over the last decade even, that we've surpassed 2.5% growth?
Well, first, Mr. Roy, thank you very much for pointing out just how much this economy grew under President Biden. I appreciate you pointing that out. Second, you stated you went through the last 3 years, starting with 2021. Part of what enabled tremendous growth initially, especially in the employment sector, was the fact we declined dramatically in 2020. So I think we have to actually take the full 4 years into account going back to 2020. I do believe the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, as well as others, have said a projected growth rate each and every year for the next 10 years of 2.8% is unrealistic. Finally, we did achieve tremendous growth year over year in the 1950s and the post-World War II years. Assuming that we can do that again, and I hope we can, but I'm not sure where the justification lies for that.
Well, would the gentleman agree, though, it wasn't just the, and I'm trying to level set the history of it, not get into like a sparring debate over it, but that it wasn't just the post-World War II timeframe, right? I mean, we had 4%.
1950s, 1960s,
yeah,
part of
4%
a
in the
growing
60s and 50s, 3% in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. We've had significant times over 2.5%, even in the last 2 decades when it's been lower. Chairman, you have something you want to add to that?
Well, I just for perspective, first of all, you had a 2.7 if you control for the year of COVID growth rate for President Biden. You had a 2.8 average for pre-COVID for President Trump. But let's be clear, the CBO's projections are based on current law.
Right.
That is, the current laws as advanced primarily over the last 4 years by Democrats. Current laws and policies that pay people not to work, current laws and policies that have increased our tax liability, current laws and policies that have heaped $2 trillion, and that's conservative, of cost in regulations in all 4 corners of this economy, and the current law that portends this 1.8% growth rate, annual average, also does so with the expectation that the TCJA, or Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, would expire. So I don't doubt that we would have, I think it would be a stretch to get to 1.8% annual average. If you allow these tax cuts to expire, if you continue with this massive regulatory administrative state that has been created. So I think that's a conservative number. I think it would be much lower, but with the pro-growth policies, there is no doubt in my mind, recent history or recent past history or in the long run, we are extremely conservative.
And stated differently, should we seek as our objective to have 1.8% economic growth?
Absolutely not.
Right. And so recognizing that reality and recognizing a century of 3.2% growth, certainly 3.1% growth since World War II, we're not assuming 3% growth. We're not even assuming the historic average, right? I mean, that one might argue, well, okay, well, that's pretty robust in your assumption. Like, we're assuming the sweet spot between where we've been in the doldrums of a highly regulated economy.
That's right.
And trying to free that economy up through deregulation, RAINS Act, energy freedom, policies the president's trying to embark upon, as well as tax policy we're trying to make more permanent or certainly extended to try to create economic growth and to get us out of the doldrums of 1.8 to 2% growth. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
And so so for the world to understand, I say this as a fiscal conservative, you have to make some assumptions. And so if you make an assumption of 2.5% growth, when your goal is 3 to 3.2 or 3.5 or more growth,
That's right.
but you know that there's a reality it could be 2, you're trying to make an assumption based on where you hope it will be at least and higher. I am of the belief that we can get to 2.5% and higher if we just do our basic job of getting the hell out of the way. Does the chairman agree?
I couldn't agree more.
Okay.
And
then-
fully expect us to exceed the 2.5% growth.
On the issue overall on what we're talking about, because some people have raised concerns about draconian cuts. My understanding of the CBO baseline outlays over 25 to 2034, from 2025 to 2034, is that that would total $85.7 trillion over 10 years. And that what the House instructions would produce is $84.071 trillion. So I just want to put in perspective for the world what we're talking about. We're talking about over 10 years, that level of shift. What we're talking about on an annual basis in a $7 trillion spend versus $4.5 trillion a mere 5 years ago, we're talking about trying to save a floor of $150 to $200 billion. That is 2 to 3% of the total spend. And I think the question here we have to ask ourselves is, are we incapable as Congress of coming up with 2 to 3% savings in the bloat of $7 trillion? Are we that incapable? Are we that incompetent as the 435 leaders in the House and the 100 senators of finding 2 to 3% of savings for a mere down payment of $150 to $200 billion on what we're dealing with a $7 trillion spend? Does the chairman think that that is a reasonable step for us to try to take?
I think some would consider it underwhelming to merely reduce spending by $200 billion a year with the context of all that we're spending now, all the more we're spending post-COVID, and with an additional $21 trillion in CBO's current projections to be added to the debt, doubling the deficits, almost tripling interest expenses. This thing is coming off the rails, and we're talking about $1.5 to $2 trillion over the 10 years in reduced, wasteful, fraudulent, and unnecessary spending.
And last question. This is a budget we're talking about, and so we're really not talking about programs, okay? That's something you talk about when we get to a reconciliation package. You figure out what you're doing on tax policy, you figure out what you're doing on spending. But a number of issues have been raised here in this committee, here before this for the record. And I think the chairman was making the point that our goal should be to reduce the number of people who require SNAP programs or assistance through other government programs. And I think I share the gentleman's sentiments on that. But would the gentleman also agree that the unilateral revaluation of the TFP, absent any cost constraints, and the unilateral action through thrifty SNAP was a significant effort by the Biden administration to transform policy in a way that is massively expensive relative to its benefit provided, and with respect to the SNAP programs? Does the gentleman agree?
It was almost $300 billion increase with the stroke of a pen.
I have data that says unilateral expansion of the SNAP program lowered labor force participation among working age SNAP recipients. Is that a good goal?
That is not from a Republican source. If I recall, that's CBO's response
Correct.
to our question and concern about trapping people in dependence on government and outside of the marketplace where they can get on the payroll and have a better standard of living and quality of life for their families.
So to be clear, it was the Congressional Budget Office that noted that the expansion, the unilateral executive branch Biden expansion of the SNAP program lowered, without congressional approval, lowered labor force participation among working age SNAP recipients.
Making it lower post-Biden administration than it was prior to COVID. It never came back.
Am I correct that SNAP spending has nearly doubled in the last 6 years as a result of the Biden expansion?
And the improper payment rate or the amount has tripled over roughly that same period of time.
Is there also significant concerns with SNAP in terms of its value with respect to nutrients and nutrition, and concerns about some of the things that it's actually subsidizing in terms of what might one call junk food colloquially?
I don't think you can say in good faith that we are providing supplemental, quote, nutrition with the latitude to purchase some of the products that in fact probably make it more expensive to provide Medicaid for the various disease states.
And it's true that,
causes.
that SNAP as well as Medicaid are going to a significant number of people who are able-bodied and people that could otherwise work, and therefore the reforms that we could put in place would actually preserve the ability to ensure that people who are the most vulnerable and the people who are disabled and the people for whom these programs were originally designed and developed, that we could make reforms that would do that and save significant federal money.
And as I did with the ranking member.
I'll wrap up here shortly.
That's correct, and President Biden waived work requirements, rejected states who applied for work requirements as part of their Medicaid waiver, and so there was no commitment to able-bodied adults either looking for a job, having a job, or volunteering at a minimum of 20 hours a week. And so it's no wonder that we have 10 million more people. These were the folks who came onto the Medicaid rolls and SNAP rolls during COVID who persist to this day on those welfare rolls.
In the last 10 years, improper payments for Medicaid have exceeded $500 billion, which equates to $4,300 per household. Would that be a surprising number to the chairman?
No.
So there's significant room for reform in Medicaid.
Significant.
To the extent that we can have those conversations.
Will the gentleman yield on
yeah,
that point?
Sure.
Lest the American people believe the false statements and the scare tactics of my Democrat colleagues, if you simply go back to the pre-Biden era, the Trump administration, and review for eligibility the Medicaid rolls, not once but twice a year, you actually ensure program integrity, that tax dollars are going to the most vulnerable people who it was intended to serve, and you save tax dollars not only today, but those who will bear the deferred tax, which is our debt, about $150 billion. That is one simple program integrity reform that existed under President Trump's administration that was revoked under the Biden administration, that is costing everybody, the vulnerable, the taxpayer, and the entire nation, and especially our children who are paying for that wasteful spending.
I appreciate the chairman. There's a lot we could get into with respect to that issue, but I want to be mindful of my colleagues' time. But it's really important to understand that when you're talking about reforming programs, a lot of my colleagues, frankly, on both sides of the aisle, will say things that, well, we can't, why are you focusing on discretionary spending rather than dealing with mandatory spending? Well, here we are. What's everybody going to do? Are we going to sit down and figure this out together, bipartisan basis, our side of the aisle, whatever, and actually address the issue with respect to mandatory spending? Or are we going to walk away from it and then just shrug our shoulders? And I have friends of mine that say, well, we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. Well, now's your time. Now's your time. Let's deal with the spending problem. And to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I would point out that this budget does, in fact, made a significant change under the leadership of the chairman to ensure that we tied together what we can accomplish on the spending side with the tax side. And that was an important part of the debate and the discussion with what we did in the committee by ensuring that we must have spending restraint along with what we're trying to do on tax policy. With that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Scanlon for her questions.
I'll yield to the ranking member for a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I'm so sick and tired of this being a fact-free zone. I mean, it just, I get it. The guy who's in the White House, you know, likes to not tell the truth, and people let him get away with it. But we ought to be telling the truth in this committee. First of all, the increase in the SNAP benefit was not unilateral. Maybe the gentleman didn't realize this, but the 2018 bipartisan farm bill, written by Republicans, told USDA to do the update. That's just a fact. You can go look at the 2018 farm bill if you don't believe me. Most recipients on SNAP are kids, seniors, and people with disabilities. I'm sorry that you don't feel we have an obligation to make sure they get enough to eat. SNAP is linked with improved health outcomes and lower health care costs, so we actually save money. When people don't have access to food and nutrition, they don't learn in school. When seniors go without meals on a regular basis and take their prescriptions on an empty stomach, they're in an emergency room. Workers are less productive when they're hungry. And I want to correct the record because what the gentleman just said is not true. Most recipients of SNAP, again, are kids, seniors, and people with disabilities. Of the rest, the majority work. The majority work. 2/3 of SNAP participants are in families with children, and over a third are in a household with older adults or people with disabilities, oftentimes people taking care of their parents. Maybe if we had a more fair tax code and a more fair economy, working families would not have to be on SNAP. This tax bill ensures that that won't happen. And again, I mean, the idea that $230 billion is going to be cut from this program is shameful. And people who support this bill should be ashamed that they're going to make hunger worse in this country. I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
Yields back to the gentlelady.
Thank you. Look, I spent all last week at home talking to my constituents, real people, as I think the member called them, who were desperate to make sure that their representatives understood the devastating impact of the White House's unlawful freezes on congressional funding and the attacks on the federal workforce. But what my staff and I heard more than anything else from Democrats, Republicans, and independents was people are scared. They're scared for themselves, for their children, their family and friends, about cuts to Medicaid and other vital services that this budget resolution will impact. Folks like the mom who stopped me yesterday while I was walking my dog to plead for continued Medicaid coverage for her elementary school-age daughter who's a leukemia survivor. Okay, I've got over 100,000 people in my district who get their health care through Medicaid, as do almost all of my colleagues across the aisle. But people are scared with good reason. And despite the verbal gymnastics that we're hearing, oh, this resolution doesn't cut, that's what it sets the stage to do. And it's not just Democrats who recognize this. Look, I've got this February 19th letter from the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, which is made up entirely of Republicans. And they understand the devastating impact on our social safety net. They say, literally, the House budget resolution proposed $880 billion in cuts to programs under the jurisdiction of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, with Medicaid expected to bear the brunt of those reductions. Additionally, education and workforce has been tasked with cutting $330 billion, where federal aid for higher education, Pell Grants, may be a target for reductions. They also mentioned the $230 billion in cuts that are likely to fall on SNAP. So I'd seek unanimous consent to put this in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Look, last week I met with my region's federally qualified health centers and hospital systems. If Republicans move forward with the cuts to Medicaid that this budget resolution will require, most of our already cash-strapped FQHCs will likely close, pushing even more low-income families into seeking primary care through emergency rooms, which is bad for everyone. Let's be clear, the cuts needed to meet the Republican budget proposal will gut local healthcare systems around the country so that Republicans can give tax breaks to billionaires. These cuts are going to close hospitals and healthcare centers and put an impossible financial burden on our states. The impact on our VA facilities is already troubling. Over the past several years, Congress has worked in a bipartisan manner to expand coverage and funding for veterans' health care, with a particular emphasis on expanding mental health coverage and reducing suicide by veterans. But right now, Trump and Musk are firing people at the VA and worsening existing staffing shortages while taking away access to health care for veterans. The attacks on federal workers are causing VA facilities to lose good people, trained professionals who are responsible for taking care of tens of thousands of veterans just in my region. Every day, my office is getting calls from docs and nurses and healthcare providers saying that the firings and cuts and threatening emails to federal employees are making it harder for veterans to receive their hard-earned health care. And now with this budget resolution, Republicans are going to take away health care from millions more Americans with drastic cuts to Medicaid. I mean, it is one of the ultimate forms of corporate welfare that so many working families are dependent upon Medicaid and SNAP because they don't get paid enough in their jobs to make ends meet. Children, seniors, folks with disabilities rely on Medicaid to get the care they need, and Republicans want to take that away so they can give that money to their rich donors. And this isn't an exaggeration. Under this plan, everyone in the top 1% of income is going to get an extra $32,000 back in their taxes next year. And those who are lucky enough to be in the top 1/10 of 1%, those people are going to get an extra $314,000. But if you work for a living, if you're a low-income or middle-class family, they're going to take away your health care so Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk can buy another yacht or maybe another country. This budget is a scam. It's taking from the bottom to give to the top, the 1%, the 0.1%. These people have more money than they know what to do with, and yet somehow that's still not enough. Americans all over the country are struggling with the high cost of living, and they need real solutions like affordable housing, affordable health care, lower food costs. And we hear promises from Trump and Republicans that they're going to do something about this, but they're not. And this budget resolution is proof of that. Our budgets reflect our values, and what we're seeing here is Republicans are going to take away health care, they're going to give money to millionaires, they're going to let Elon Musk give himself federal contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're stopping regulators from investigating the companies of Republican donors. Because if you're not rich, apparently Republicans don't work for you. Representative Ranking Member Boyle, the budget resolution calls for over $300 billion in cuts to education. What do these cuts mean for students with disabilities, for school meals programs, for federal student aid programs?
Yes, Congresswoman Scanlon, at least $330 billion directed for the Education and Workforce Committee to cut. Those cuts could include student loan programs, income-driven repayment, Pell Grants, Head Start, and school lunch programs.
Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
Well, I mean, the idea that you can do trillions of dollars worth of cuts, but that magically no one would feel pain, to me, is just not an honest argument.
Well, we're hearing a lot of, I think it used to be called voodoo economics here, and you've already answered several questions about the really unrealistic assumptions about growth in this budget proposal. But even with those pie-in-the-sky assumptions about growth, isn't it true that this budget would still add trillions to our national debt?
That's correct. And, you know, as Yogi Berra, the famous philosopher, once said, it's deja vu all over again. Because really, the greatest scam of the last half century is Republican trickle-down economics. First heard, actually at the time George Herbert Walker Bush used the term voodoo economics, it was to describe the beginning of trickle-down economics. The idea that you're going to have massive tax cuts, mostly for the rich, and there would be so much magical growth that they would magically pay for themselves. By the end of that 8 years, more money was added to the national debt on a percentage basis than any other presidency. Fast forward 20 years, George W. Bush is president, Republican Congress, more big tax cuts that were promised to unleash remarkable growth. Actually, it was a slow growth decade for the United States, and trillions more were added to the national debt. No, the tax cuts did not pay for themselves. 8 years ago, the same trickle-down economic promises, big tax cuts, which according to the Congressional Budget Office, 83% of which went to the richest 1% of Americans, but we were told they would magically pay for themselves. Well, 4 years and $8 trillion later, no presidency added more to the national debt in the total aggregate amount than Donald Trump with $8 trillion. And here we are, 2025, and the same rhetoric that we're hearing, that this proposal would unleash magically this tremendous growth and that tax cuts will pay for themselves. Excuse me if I don't believe it after 48 years of life on the planet Earth.
Yeah, I think we've seen growing recognition from reputable economists that a half-century of trickle-down economics is more than enough to show that it doesn't work, and quite frankly, my constituents are tired of being trickled down upon. So thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
I will not filibuster. Thank you, Madam Chair. But we are hearing the same extremely tired playbook that we've heard from the left for years here today. This regurgitation and the scare tactics that are being laid on seniors in this country, on everyone that the policies put forward and that they voted for on Election Day, and by a president that won the popular vote, are somehow going to end the world as we know it. Just like you saw in the last several weeks, people having demonstrations outside all these three-letter agencies and carrying on with their bullhorns and declaring that, you know, there's everything this side of martial law going on because we've actually demanded some accountability from the government that we pay for. My colleagues here are trying to just sow so many falsehoods against the existing tax code that we are looking to extend and hopefully make permanent so that businesses and people can make plans with their lives so that we can have a stable economy going into the next decade and beyond is ridiculous. And I don't know about you all, but you know, my constituents, the tax cuts expiring means $1,500 out of their pocket every single year. Now, that might not mean a lot to you, but that's a mortgage payment for my constituents. That's real money. Those same little people that you talk about that are going to suffer so much, those little people are watching our money evaporating into thin air, into agencies they didn't know exist that have been uncovered since this administration took office. They're sick and tired of being trampled on. They're sick and tired of having Washington tell them how they need to pay higher taxes and have more regulations and more nanny state government living into their lives. Enough is enough. We have to have a moment in this country where we actually tackle the big picture problems that face this nation. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Wow. So I'm going to go to what I prepared because I do think that, you know, in Representative Langworthy's district, if we actually passed this resolution and did the things that the Ways and Means Committee, that the Budget Committee have asked for, there are 133,971 people on Medicaid in his district, including 50,582 children, 44,000 people on SNAP, and 9,000 people get the Affordable Care Act premiums that the Democrats passed to help people afford their health care. And it would go up by about $1,900 a year. And this budget resolution would cut taxes for the ultra-rich and pay for it by cutting benefits for Americans. And Chair Arrington, for cutting benefits in your district, in my district, and across rural America. Because you can't say it's not going to happen. It says in the resolution, it directs that there will be $880 billion cut from Energy and Commerce Committee. And for folks listening out there, you might say, what the heck does that mean? Well, Energy and Commerce is where we have Medicaid coming out of and paying for and authorized. It's where we have these health insurance premiums. And your resolution directs or asks or encourages that there be $880 billion. And then the other thing is the Republicans, this is their wish list. The Republicans' wish list sets out a whopping $2.5 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. That's a lot of cuts. These are lots of pages of cuts and cuts and cuts, the things people rely on. You know, Chair Arrington, you and I share a border. I am often really close to you. When I'm out in my district, I'm like just a few miles away from yours. So you know how hard it is in our districts to find a doctor, our rural districts, hospitals, rural health clinics, and they're struggling. And Medicaid, for many of these rural clinics and hospitals, is essential. Do you know how much money Texas hospitals receive in Medicaid payments?
Not offhand, so you can tell me.
Okay, it's $8.3 billion in Medicaid payments in 2023. And these payments are key, and especially in rural hospitals. I visit my rural hospitals a lot. I'm really pleased that the ranking member of Energy and Commerce, Frank Pallone, he has visited with my rural hospitals because they describe how tight their budget is. They describe how they are very worried about where we have to improve Medicaid, not cut it. And they tell me, like your Rolling Plains Memorial Hospital and your rural health clinics associated with that they need these Medicaid funding. And we also know that Medicaid really has very little compared to other health systems improper payment rate. It's about the same as the private sector, about 5%. And then those are usually somebody just inputted something wrong and it gets fixed. So that's the problem, is people rely on this. So let me ask this. Do you know how much Medicaid funding they get let me turn to my dear colleague here in the beautiful state of Pennsylvania.
Could you repeat the question?
How many, no, I'm going to ask, I'm with Chair Arrington because these are rural districts. He's
Oh, I'm
got a
sorry. I
big
thought you said
rural area.
Pennsylvania.
And I know you've got a rural area too.
She said, dear friend, so you know she meant me.
Oh, my dear friend. So in Pennsylvania, you probably don't have it at your fingertips, but these are things I care a lot about, Chair Arrington, so I pay attention to what is happening in other states that have rural districts like mine, right? Because my hospitals in my rural areas, which are actually, I need to tell you, predominantly Republican, they're coming to me and asking me. So I know that my colleagues across the aisle have the same issues in their districts. In Pennsylvania, they get about $2 billion. And somebody actually, because I have friends in Pennsylvania, checked in with the Commonwealth Health System in Geisinger, two major health systems that you're aware of, Ms. Scanlon. These are in Representative Bresnahan's district. One of them CHS gets 15.7% of its revenue for Medicaid. In Geisinger, it's 18%. You can't have a system that gets this much money from Medicaid and start cutting it without putting it at risk. And am I right, Representative Scanlon, that you lost some of your rural hospitals because they couldn't handle the needs?
We're seeing that across Pennsylvania, but not too many rural hospitals in my district.
Yes, I know, not in yours. That's why it was interesting where others were reaching out to me. And when we let these rural hospitals go under, when we cut the funding that they rely on, you're not just cutting the funding for Medicaid patients. You're killing that hospital. And when you kill that hospital, you kill the ability of farmers, ranchers, people on private insurance to be able to get access to health care. In small towns and areas like yours, Mr. Chairman, more of our communities in those small towns rely on Medicaid than maybe in urban areas, and I know you have both. So I want to just point out and ask to put into the record a report from Georgetown University that pointed out that non-elderly adults and children in small towns and rural areas are more likely than those living in metro areas to rely on Medicaid CHIP for their health insurance, Madam Chair.
Without objection.
In New Mexico, nearly 60% of kids in small towns and rural areas rely on Medicaid and CHIP. In Texas, do you happen to know how many kids rely on Medicaid and CHIP in Texas, Mr. Chairman?
It's always too many.
It's always too many. It's 239%, 14.3% of your rural kids rely on Medicaid. In Representative De La Cruz's district, 178,000 people rely on Medicaid. 135,000 Pennsylvanians rely on Medicaid in Representative McKenzie's district. 159,000 Pennsylvanians in Representative Bresnahan's district rely on Medicaid. And I think it's important to remember who they are. In my district and across all these rural areas, it's farmers, it's ranchers, because they often don't earn enough or have access to private care, nursing home residents, kids with disabilities, moms who just had babies. My dear Lord, these are caregivers, veterans, and sometimes people working 2 jobs. They're your voters. Madam Chair, I'd like to enter into the record a tweet by Elon Musk. That says that Americans love Doge because watching Trump slash federal programs knowing it doesn't affect you because you're not a member of the parasite class.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, is the mom who just gave birth and is on Medicaid a parasite?
I don't believe you mean that seriously, because you, as my neighbor living in the broader region of West Texas and eastern New Mexico, know better than to think I would ever refer to a fellow American as a parasite.
Exactly. And that's why we cannot stand when the person who is behind some of these cuts believes that those who rely on federal programs are parasites. A woman who has breast cancer is not a parasite. People who rely on Medicaid and SNAP and nutrition benefits are not parasites. As you know, Mr. Chairman, they're our neighbors. Although, when you were last here, Chair, in rules last year, I asked you to explain how the Republican cuts to 22% of rural programs, how we could describe that. Because in my community, those rural programs provide water, nutrition, health care. They provide electricity. They help keep kids healthy and alive. And you told me that I'm going to quote you, tell them we have to prioritize. When I read this budget resolution, I see it as prioritizing tax cuts and handouts for the people like Elon Musk and the rich over health care for working class Americans. Elon Musk earns $4 million an hour. The people in the communities that you and I love, Mr. Chairman, don't get anywhere near this amount. Now, Ranking Member Boyle, I'm not. We might be joined by yet another, but we've had some questioning on some issues, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond, because I'm kind of the last Democrat. They've got 9, we've got 4, and to respond to some of the issues that may have been raised here today.
Well, I'll just say one, and that is I'm, sometimes at the kitchen table with my daughter, helping with her math, and her math teacher is big on showing your work. Got to show your work, not just arriving at the correct number at the end. So I thought that I would show my work on one important aspect, because we've heard competing claims today where we have pointed out accurately there are $880 billion worth of cuts that have to come from Medicaid or Affordable Care Act premiums or some combination of the two. The other side has said, oh, no, there's nothing in there that even mentions the word Medicaid. Here's the reality. This budget resolution directs Energy and Commerce to reduce the deficit by a floor of $880 billion. Now, if Energy and Commerce decided that they didn't want to touch Medicaid, that they were going to honor Donald Trump's words when he said he would, quote, love and cherish Medicaid, what that means is ENC, Energy and Commerce, even if they cut 100% else of everything they have control over, that would only get them about halfway to the $880 billion figure. In other words, by definition, in this budget resolution, you have to cut Medicaid by at least hundreds of billions of dollars, at least. So I want folks who are watching at home, when they're hearing these competing claims and they hear intelligent, well-educated people on both sides throwing around these numbers, it's important for folks to understand what they really mean. Make no mistake about it. This budget resolution cuts Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, education programs, and many others to at least partially pay for $4.5 trillion of tax cuts that mostly benefit the top 1%.
Thank you. And I think it's really important to also go through and point out that we're not just making this up about what this will do. There is very precisely, they want to extend the 2017 Trump tax cuts. And it's very clear that those tax cuts did a couple of things. That one, they increased the deficit, as you correctly pointed out. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the chart. Tax cuts, Great Recession, COVID-19 are responsible for the growth in the U.S. debt ratio, which actually makes clear, if you care about, I'm sorry, don't let you say yes. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Thank
I
you.
I want to point out to the gentlewoman that she had now spoken for 15 minutes. And we would like to finish this up before we go to vote, if at all possible.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to point out that there are only 4 of us, or 3 of us, and I think that it's important. Others spoke for just as long, so thank you very much. I'll note that. That, as you pointed out, Trump tax cuts were the largest contributor of any one president to the deficit. Is that, can you repeat how you did it?
So what I said was that the largest increase in the national debt in percentage terms happened when Ronald Reagan was president.
Yes,
But the largest total amount added to the national debt of any presidency was $8 trillion by Donald Trump from January 2017 to January 2021.
And so this budget resolution would take us down that path again. We would be doing a repeat of the 2017.
This budget resolution is a Republican betrayal of the middle class. It is trickle-down economics supersized.
Right. And Madam Chair, I'd like to also enter into the record the 2017 Trump tax law was skewed to the rich, expenses, and failed to deliver on its promises.
Without objection.
And what this does is actually show that the trickle-down economics that were promised didn't occur, and the idea that we were going to see, and working families were going to see, this tax increase, well, it was touted as something that was going to happen. Study after study showed it did not benefit working families, that $5,000 did not magically occur, and that indeed, that it benefited, as we've been saying, mostly the wealthy. Is that how you looked at the records?
I mean, what I would say is rather than my own numbers or my own words, I just refer to the Congressional Budget Office that found that 83% of the tax cut, 83% of the money went to the richest 1% of Americans, and approximately half of the money or half of the tax cut went to the richest 1/10 of 1% of Americans.
Thank you. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, could I get a quick clarification on how our friends are handling different statistics? You know, what do they say? There are lies and lies, and then there's statistics. Isn't it true that the
Madam
sheriff-
Chair, I know the full Mark Twain quote, but as you're using it against me, I'll tell you after the hearing.
That's not exactly the quote, I know, but isn't it true that the share of taxes paid by the top 1% actually hit new heights after the TCJA was enacted?
That's correct. The tax code actually became more progressive in that regard.
Thank you very much. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, if you're watching this, I want people to be a little diligent. If you are watching this, you probably have the ability to look up federal medical assistance percentage, FMAP, as we call it. Medicaid is jointly funded between the state and the federal governments. Now, that's one of the key facts that the Democrats aren't telling you. And just factually speaking, it's jointly funded between the state and the federal governments. And there won't be anybody pushed off of the Medicaid rolls unless the states decide to push them off the Medicaid rolls. They're just making stuff up to scare you. Now, as far as the deficit under President Trump goes, I looked this up. You know, one of the votes you talk about had 6 no votes in the House and passed by voice in the Senate. There are 2, Chip Roy and Andy Harris, are the only 2 no votes on that piece of legislation that are still here, not just in, you know, it was $2+ trillion in spending. But I don't understand the Democrats' criticism of a piece of legislation that they voted for. I mean, it's just pure hypocrisy. It is the definition of hypocrisy. Now, I will tell you, I think we spent too much money under COVID, and I think hindsight's 20/20. But just factually speaking, under Donald Trump, every one of the deals that he did under COVID was done in a very broad bipartisan manner. And if I'm not mistaken, they all passed under suspension.
That's correct.
In the House of Representatives.
That's correct. That's
And so-
correct. And the America Rescue Plan, to contrast the bipartisan nature of those COVID relief-related bills, the American Rescue Plan, which was the first use of the reconciliation process when the Democrats had total control, had 0 Republican support for it and $1 trillion still unspent from the previous COVID relief.
Let me ask you this. Total tax collections right now under the current tax code, $4.92 trillion, if I read it correctly. Has there ever been a higher tax collection?
We're at record rates of
Okay,
revenue.
so from best I can tell, there's been a lot of talk about the corporate income tax rate and the reduction there. Corporate tax collections seem to be higher than they've ever been in the history of the country as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Record revenue from corporations. After we reduced their rate to a number that was not even in the top 25% for other developed countries we compete with around the globe.
So we have higher tax revenue than we've ever had, and
correct.
and yet we still have a record deficit.
That's correct.
So there's no doubt something has to be done. We can either control the fall or the fall will control us, right? And what we want to do is to avoid any steep decline in the economy, because if we just want to talk about the facts, federal tax revenues over the course of a period of time, 3, 5, 10 years, are going to average 17% of the GDP of the country. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
I mean, so the key to getting us out of this problem that we're in with this deficit, and it's a problem for everybody, rich, poor,
Right.
you know, and everywhere in between, is that you grow the GDP of the country so that tax revenues will continue to increase, and you slow the growth of the spending. And that is pretty much what this resolution says we're going to do, correct?
It was the play that our country ran after World War II. that allowed us to emerge as the only global superpower.
Well, all I know, the tax revenue is going to be a percentage of the GDP. If you turn around and let the current tax law expire, the tax law that's led to higher tax revenues than we've ever had in the history of the country, the giant sucking sound coming from the IRS, taking money out of the pockets of the American citizens and the business owners, is going to lead to a recession.
That's correct.
And if we have a recession, will we have higher or lower tax revenues?
Lower tax revenue.
Madam Chair, I think I learned just the economic facts back in high school and maybe expanded on them a little bit in college, but I don't understand what the confusion here is. We have higher tax revenues than we've ever had in the history of the country. We still have an almost $2 trillion deficit. If we continue down this path, it's going to be a train wreck that is going to bankrupt virtually every American. We cannot allow these tax cuts to expire.
And undermine the sustainability of every government program. Whether you're for it, whether you supported it, every government program from farm bills to infrastructure to Medicaid, every program is in jeopardy of being undermined by a sovereign debt crisis. And
Did Texas have a surplus this year?
yes, sir.
So did Georgia. I think well-run states have a surplus, and I think that those state legislatures who have to balance their budget, just like we should, will in a bipartisan manner make sure that their people are taken care of, even if there is a small increase, a slight increase in the FMAP percentage that they would pay. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, and thank you for your economics lesson. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman of the Budget Committee, I've been listening today. I appreciate your testimony. And I keep hearing all these scare tactics about us starving children and this, that, and the other. We're just trying to get a little bit, I think you said 2%, or maybe it was Mr. Roy said 2, maybe 2.5% cut in what we're spending across the board. And then I've heard things about energy and commerce, about how energy and commerce is going to do this or energy and commerce is going to do that. This resolution doesn't dictate anything to the committee, the other committee I serve on, does it?
That's correct.
And yet, energy and commerce covers, as I believe John Dingell once said, somebody asked him, what is the jurisdiction of energy and commerce? And he had a picture behind him of planet Earth from outer space, and he said, everything in the picture. So there's all kinds of things that energy and commerce has at its disposal that it can do to reach the number in this resolution. Isn't that true?
That's true.
You know, and I find it interesting because I've heard people say, oh, people are scared. A big part of that is they're being told that children are going to starve. In the United States, we're going to make children starve. That's not true, is it?
No, sir.
I didn't think it was. And I found it interesting because I have been a student of politics for a long time, and the ranking member indicated, I think he said indicated he was 48 years old. So when he was about 5, the campaign against one of my predecessors in the United States Congress, who was a Republican, was he's going to end Social Security. That's 43, 44 years ago. How many times do the Democrats have to play Lucy to the American people's Charlie Brown when they keep saying bad things are going to happen, Republicans are going to push grandma off the cliff, Republicans are going to end Social Security, Republicans are going to do these horrible things, and yet Republicans never do those things? How many more times will the American people buy that, Mr. Chairman? Do you know?
I don't think they're buying it anymore. I think they are absolutely committed to reining in this reckless spending that's driving us off a fiscal cliff. I think they want to keep more of their money. I think they saw a bunch of that money in their budget burned up from the 21% inflation tax, and I think they're offended. They're offended that there aren't more American representatives and leaders for this great country that would take care to steward their dollars so that we could actually have sustainable programs for the most vulnerable, and instead having money siphoned off for people who are in this country illegally. That was a unilateral action by President Biden. And I heard my colleague and friend, Mr. McGovern, talk about how many people are working in SNAP, and he was rightfully proud of the fact that some people in SNAP are in fact working. And yet, there's no requirement for able-bodied, healthy adults to enjoy the blessing and dignity of work in Medicaid, but not one Democrat has mentioned that. I would tell you, to my colleague from eastern New Mexico, we share a border and we share culture and values. And the values of our God-fearing, freedom-loving, hard-working farmers and ranchers expect in their generosity in return for able-bodied adults to be working. They know what it does for the human soul, not just the budget and not just our balance sheet. And so, and they're insulted. They're insulted by some of the waste and fraud that's where my colleagues are more offended and indignant by a first-generation immigrant who's done well in this country and wants to give back, and Elon Musk. They're more indignant to the things that he's doing than the actual defrauding of the taxpayers and the federal government. No, sir, I think the American people are not going to be afraid into not supporting the right sizing of a very bloated bureaucracy. They're not going to be intimidated and tricked into thinking that this is an exercise, as the ranking member said, in cutting Social Security benefits. He obviously knows that in reconciliation, Social Security is off the table. It would violate the Byrd Rule from the outset. And yet my colleagues continue to perpetuate these false claims and use these scare tactics. No, sir, the American people are afraid of the $8+ billion a day that we were borrowing under Joe Biden and unilateral control of the Democrat Party. And they're afraid that if we have a sovereign debt crisis, we'll not only wreck this economy, we'll destroy our national security and our ability to defend this country and our values. And they know that we would bankrupt their children's future. They're behind us, I believe, 100%.
Well, there's no question that a majority of my constituents are behind us. They're not going to fall for the trick that, you know, some shiny object that they claim is going to be eliminated. They're going to want to see what we do, and they want us to protect their children by making sure that we are fiscally responsible. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First, I want to commend Chairman Arrington. He is someone who I've gotten to know. I'm just a freshman, but someone who speaks unbelievably passionately well and puts his words into action. And I just want to note for the record, just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, this is the fastest budget ever passed by a budget committee?
It's the fastest budget resolution ever marked up and passed by a budget committee in the 150 years since the 1974 Budget Act.
Well, I think you should be commended for that, and I think that the American people delivered House Republicans more votes than any other time in history because they wanted to see action quickly, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing. Our colleagues on the other side, they, as many of the colleagues on our side have noted, push fear-mongering scare tactics. And I think one of the things that I take particular issue with is the suggestion that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 was not helpful to the economy. To me, it was a cornerstone of President Trump's first term, his legislative agenda during that first term, and I think it's one of the reasons why so many Americans elected him, because they trusted him and they trusted House Republicans to lead on the economy. It's one of the things that we continually see in polling across the board. Americans trust Republicans when it comes to the economy. So one thing I just want to take a little bit of time today speaking of is what I find to be an issue that should be bipartisan, but I don't find it yet from the other side, and that is the overwhelming fraud within the payment system that we see from so many of these government programs. We held a hearing last week in Oversight and Government Reform in which we discussed $675 billion misspent and mishandled by the Biden administration, particularly with government programs. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could yield to you for a moment just to ask, would you mind illuminating for the record and for anybody watching some of the improper payments that we have to deal with and how this budget resolution could provide instructions to help us cure the scourge of improper payments?
Well, it is a tremendous amount. This federal government is fraught with waste. It's riddled with fraud to the tune of about $240 billion a year. This is according to the Government Accountability Office. That's just improper payments. The fraud, they say, and that's just 70 programs. That's not TANF. That's not some of the larger programs at HUD and across the federal government. They believe that the upward bound of fraud is closer to $5 trillion over the 10-year budget window. So it's, you know, currently just that improper payment number for the 70 programs, that little slice of the federal government, is more than we spend on the entire United States Army. If you look at the $2.7 trillion in improper payments over the 10-year window, it's larger than Russia's entire economy. So I think that too many Republicans, quite frankly, have been intimidated by the scare tactics we're hearing today. They are the same old, and they are tired. And I think Elon Musk has done a tremendous job of turning the rocks over and doing what Congress has failed to do in their oversight responsibility. And that is to shine a light in the dark places and show just how horribly defrauded the taxpayers are. I mean, these are just examples, and they're outrageous and absurd. At USAID, these DEI orchestras, the transgender comic books, the list of the absurd is endless. And the American people are wondering why not every member of Congress, regardless of party, are not up in arms. They realize that there is tremendous waste and fraud. And one of the abuses of the taxpayer dollars is to spend tax dollars on people who are in this country illegally. We talked about the $2 trillion deficits that will double over the next 10 years. Medicare is within the 10-year window of insolvency. And who knows, if we have a sovereign debt crisis, how we are able to fund and sustain any of these programs. And yet, according to Numbers USA, we're spending $9,000 per illegal immigrant on social services that rightfully belong to the most vulnerable American citizen. And by the way, that $9,000 is more than we spend for the most vulnerable among us on Medicaid. Just to repeat that, we spend $9,000 per illegal immigrant for social services, which is more than we spend on American citizens who need and make use of the health care safety net of Medicaid. And collectively, the $150 billion a year that we spend for social services on illegal immigrants is more than we spend on our military's retirement benefits. So the fraud, the waste, and the abuse is systemic, it's endless, and we, I guess, have been afraid and have been sort of scared into inaction. But I think President Trump represents the bold leadership that is required to save this country. And on this issue and many others, he's demonstrated that. And I think this fiscal framework is simply a way to deliver on the mandate that he was given and that we were given.
And if I can just add, in closing, not just was that mandate delivered in November, but yet still sustained with public polling. We saw a poll just a few days ago, 53% approval rating for how the president's conducted his administration thus far, amplified by, of course, your actions and everyone else's actions to put forth an America First budget and to put forth an agenda that unleashes the American economic potential we all know we deserve and our most vulnerable communities deserve. So with that, I yield back to our chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
Jody, thank you for your job that you did on the Budget Committee. To get unanimous support as we did, as quick as we did, is admirable, and it's due to your leadership.
I had a lot of good help from some Budget Committee members that I'm looking at right now.
You know, I've heard these same arguments that's been bellowed out here tonight about really granny going off the cliff, even though Social Security is not cut at all. We're not considering that. Medicaid cuts. Is work requirement of able-bodied men is that a cut?
No, sir.
Is block grants and letting states decide how they want to administer it a cut?
No, sir.
Is the fact of $500 billion in fraud, improper payments by the GAO, that's not a political group, is that a cut?
And that's just on Medicaid program for the 10 years. No, sir, that's not a cut.
And,
It's a cut for the fraudsters, but not for the beneficiaries.
correct. Is it not true that Medicaid increased 51% from 2019 to 2023 in cost due to illegals taking advantage of the system? Basically a carte blanche admission of anybody and everybody that wanted to sign up.
I believe it was from dismissing and enforcing any eligibility for receiving Medicaid benefits. And so those were people that were not eligible, some were illegal, some were in this country. But the fact is, people not eligible that would put a strain on the finite resources of Medicaid for the most vulnerable happened as a result of the Biden administration unilaterally dismissing eligibility, and that's put tremendous strain, and it's put a 60% increase in the cost of that program. By the way, the 10 million people that were added during COVID are still on that program today. That number still exists today, even though we're not in that COVID response anymore.
And the baseline cuts of $1.5 trillion up to $2 trillion. The percentage of our total budgeted amount is, what'd you say, 1.25% cuts as a percentage of what we spend?
That sounds about right. I would just say $7 trillion is the annual budget, and you just multiply that by 10 effectively. But even in mandatory spending, it's just the 1/3 outside of Medicare and Social Security. That's $18 trillion without interest cost, $18 trillion over 10 years. We're talking about one.
You bring up a good point. Interest cost isn't included in this.
That's correct.
And isn't our interest cost alone on the debt that we now have is surpassed our military?
It's surpassed our military and what we spend to support our seniors on their health care safety net of Medicare. And it is now 50 cents on every dollar. And in 10 years, it will be 62 cents of every dollar.
Getting back to the percentage that we're asking the committees to come up with, would anybody watching this, or any family, or any of the 34,000 businesses, if you asked them to find a readjustment of expenditures, leaving intact 98%, cutting 1.5%, would they laugh you out of the?
They would laugh until they realized it was true, that there were some colleagues of ours who couldn't even commit to that, with some admission that this government of the people is wholly inefficient, very much fraught with fraud and waste, and then they would lose hope. They would lose hope that we'd be able to pull up and out of what is a debt-to-interest spiral and what could be economic death and America's leadership in the world as we know it, without a single shot being fired from an existential adversarial threat.
The debt we were accumulating is the main driver of a downgrading of our American bonds, downgrading of the bodies willing to buy them, and so that was at risk. That really was underpinning of our entire country. And now I keep hearing Elon Musk, billionaire here, and other rich people. Did Elon Musk make his money off government?
He's a CEO of a private company.
So he made a product, didn't he?
He did.
He made a product did he make people buy his product?
No, nobody forced them to buy the product.
And did he make the rockets that he himself invented? Did he,
That's correct.
didn't make anybody do anything?
That's correct.
I find this interesting, the Democrats had 4 years under Biden to advocate for any type cuts. Do you remember this administration advocating for any cuts or any modifications on anything other than expansion of government?
No, sir, only to cut the tax cuts that we put in TCJA as they expire this year.
In other words, we've got a basic different worldview. They think the tax money is theirs. They think it's not the people's. That's not, the tax cuts are one that they deserve to have by any means, and there's no reason in the world that they are wanting to question anything. All they want to do is denigrate what your committee has done. All they want to do is say what they did over 4 years under Biden, which was inflation, a rampant border out of control. Where's the empathy for Lake and Riley? Where's that? Where's the empathy for the apartment complex that was taken over by gangs? Where's the empathy for those who are sapping this country dry? It's not there. And it's really an insult to every American. And the verdict was rendered on November 5th with 77 million people voting the way they did for Donald Trump. And yes, Elon Musk with what he's doing. So I applaud your work. And Chip, I'd like to
But gentlemen, yield just for
yield
just 1 minute.
you for.
I just want to insert an article in the record from the Economic Policy and Innovation Center that outlines the extent to which the spending went up significantly under the Biden-Harris regime. It increased by federal deficit by $2.5 trillion, more than what the CBO projected. Spending surged by $4.7 trillion. The national debt rose to $35.5 trillion by the end of the administration. Americans faced the highest rates of inflation in 4 decades. And this is the important part, reducing the average worker's purchasing power by about $2,230. And I would just suggest credit to the chairman about trying to take on the inflation tax, which is the biggest tax on our average American family that needs to be cut. And the only way to deal with that is to constrain federal spending. And I would also note that if you confiscated every dollar of Mr. Musk's wealth, every single dollar, you do what? Pay for about a third of our interest, just our interest this year, and then you leave it with zero. I yield back to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Roy. Thank you for your work. It's a new day in this country. People are excited. People are sick and tired of what the rhetoric that you have heard from the right. And really, it's about to come to a head with the actual numbers that are coming out of waste, fraud, and abuse that their side will not touch because they think it's their money. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, we'll insert the article that Mr. Roy mentioned, and thank you very much, Mr. Norman. And thanks to our witnesses for being here, Mr. Arrington, Mr. Boyle. This closes the hearing portion for H-Con Res 14, and the witnesses are excused. The committee will now move to
Madam
the...
Chair, can I just introduce one more article? I was trying not to.
Without objection, the
Yes.
gentlewoman is recognized.
This is an Axios article. I previously introduced a letter from the House Republican Hispanic Caucus where they noted how many cuts were being made to Medicaid. This is an article about Republican members of the Senate cheering Ted Cruz at a luncheon last week when he said
Well, just,
Medicaid
we'll
cuts are on
insert the record without your
Thank you.
saying us what's in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this closes the panel for H-Con Res 14. Committee will now move to consideration of HJ Res 20 and HJ Res 35. I welcome our second panel, Chairman Guthrie and Representative Tonko from the Committee on Energy and Commerce. I'd like to remind witnesses your full statement may be submitted for the record, and we ask you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Guthrie, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. Thank you, Ranking Member. Unfortunately, this is not, let me Under the water heater rule, DOE essentially banned non-condensing tankless water heaters by inappropriately reclassifying these appliances, forcing Americans to purchase more expensive condensing tankless water heaters. This is another blatant threat to consumer choice while yielding little to no savings for American consumers. DOE itself estimates the rule will cost $231 per model, and some industry stakeholders put the cost at $450 to $650. This price increase will obviously hurt Americans and their households. I'm also here to discuss HJ Res 35, introduced by Representative Pfluger. In this resolution would overturn the rule implementing EPA's waste emissions charge, also known as the natural gas tax, which was published last November as part of the methane emissions reduction program established by the Democrats in the Inflation Reduction Act. The WEC begins at $900 per metric ton for last year's reported methane emissions, which will increase to $1,200 per metric ton for 2025, and then again for increase to $1,500 per metric ton for 2026. The U.S. is the world leader in energy production and in emissions reductions. According to the Energy Information Administration, EPA, since 2005, total U.S. greenhouse gas emissions have dropped 18%. Energy-related greenhouse gas emissions have dropped 20%. Energy-producing United States has some of the lowest methane emissions intensity in the world. U.S. upstream oil and gas producers have reduced their total methane emissions intensity by 42% since 2015. We have our entrepreneurial spirit to thank for this success, not policies like the WEC, which are unworkable for American producers. This is especially problematic for our small size and mid-size independent producers, which on average employ about a dozen people each. American jobs and production will be lost if we continue to pursue this punitive tax. The damage that WEC will inflict won't stop with us. Our allies will have to rely on gas with higher emissions from adversarial nations like Venezuela. So I'm here today to support our constituents and to guarantee that unelected bureaucrats do not make life more expensive and burdensome for Americans. I thank you. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting HJ Res 20 and HJ Res 35. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Tonko, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lower energy costs. But how exactly do these two resolutions help achieve that goal? The truth is they will do nothing to help hardworking Americans save money, but they will certainly help line the pockets of the oil and gas industry. First, HJ Res 20 attempts to deprive American consumers of real cost savings. This bill would repeal the Department of Energy's recently finalized standards for gas instantaneous or tankless water heaters. These standards are expected to save Americans $3.1 billion over 30 years and reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 32 million metric tons. Energy efficiency standards are a win-win. They help reduce energy costs for American families while also combating the worsening climate crisis. Today, more than 90% of the gas water heaters sold meet the updated standards. They are broadly supported by consumer groups, efficiency advocates, and manufacturers, including the three largest American water heater manufacturers. So who gains from the passage of this bill? Removing these standards protects less efficient products and increases consumer costs, all to benefit the oil and gas industry, which makes more money when water heaters use more gas. There's no other reason to end a standard that protects consumers by keeping poorly performing, inefficient products off the market. On a similar note, HJ Res 35 would repeal the Environmental Protection Agency's final rule to implement the waste emissions charge, also known as the methane polluter fee, that ensures American consumers no longer pay for wasted energy or the harm it causes. This legislation will let corporate polluters off the hook. The methane polluter fee, targeted by this resolution, is the heart of the Methane Emissions Reduction Program, a critical climate program enacted by the Inflation Reduction Act that drives down excess methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. Methane is a highly potent climate-disrupting greenhouse gas that is responsible for about 1/3 of the warming we are facing today. Each year, oil and gas operators emit the equivalent of approximately $2 billion worth of wasted natural gas through venting, flaring, and leaks. That's because it's cheaper to waste methane rather than install or upgrade equipment to control that pollution. The methane polluter fee corrects this market failure. And to be clear, companies can avoid the fee altogether by simply not wasting methane. It's a common-sense fee that holds individual companies responsible for their own leaks and wasted methane. Traditionally, there has been bipartisan support for American innovation, and the methane mitigation industry is truly an American innovation story. New technologies are being developed to turn waste into economic value, all while protecting our environment and bolstering public health. And the methane polluter fee is part of that story, incentivizing companies to perform leak detections and repairs that provide high-quality, good-paying jobs that employ thousands of Americans across the country. In fact, between 2021 and 2024, the number of methane mitigation firms in the United States increased by 24%. Wasted methane is bad for consumers, bad for business, bad for workers, and bad for the climate. Strong federal policies like the Methane Emissions Reduction Program are imperative to help reduce wasted methane and capture lost revenue, strengthening businesses and local economies. Yet H.J. Res. 35 would allow oil and gas companies to continue to waste methane without consequence, leaving American consumers stuck with that bill. These two resolutions will drive up energy costs for American families and exacerbate our worsening climate crisis, and that's why I oppose them. With that, Madam Chair and Ranking Member and committee members, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. Chairman Guthrie, the DOE rule on water heaters was published with the idea that this new standard is supposed to be economically justifiable. However, it seems to target the most affordable option available to people, utilized by lower-income consumers, and require expensive retrofits. Is the rule economically justifiable in your view?
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman Fox. No, I don't believe it's economically justifiable. In fact, the gas water heater rule harms those with the least, who have the least. They cannot afford the more expensive water heaters required by the rule. DOE itself found that the rule would increase prices by $250 and by almost $250, and the industry stakeholders contend that the higher prices are closer to between $450 and $665 per unit. The statute requires that DOE energy conservation standards must be economically justifiable, but the Biden-Harris administration consistently failed to comply with that requirement. This gas water heater rule is another example of that failure, and that's why I'm urging my colleagues to support, on both sides of the aisle, to support the CRA.
Now, a question on the rule on methane charges. We know that this rule was finalized after the 2024 election, in the final months of the Biden administration, but it was also finalized after years of great strides by American industry in tackling the problems of methane leaks. Can you enlighten us on the use of the latest technologies to solve this problem?
Thanks again for the question, Chairwoman Fox. Innovation and not regulation is the reason U.S. oil and gas producers have been able to lead the world in reducing both methane emissions as well as the intensity of the methane emissions. This has been done in a variety of ways. For example, according to the Environmental Partnership, a voluntary effort made up of 70% of domestic industry through the implementation of robust leak detection and repair programs, the companies have reduced their leak occurrence rate from a reported 0.16% in 2018 to a reported 0.06% in 2023, less than one component leaking in 1,000. These technologies include infrared point and open path gas sensors, catalytic bead point gas sensors, acoustic gas sensors, and optical gas imaging cameras. So innovation has led us to where we are today.
Thank you very much. As you know, this tax was included in the ironically titled Inflation Reduction Act under Democrat control. Do you believe an added tax on American energy production will lower energy prices for American consumers?
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman Fox. In short, no. I don't believe an added tax on American energy production will lower prices for American consumers. Rather, taxing companies for their methane emissions will only raise those costs. In fact, in 2022, the CBO analyzed the effects of charging oil and gas industry for methane emissions and found that much of the cost for abatement is expected to be passed through to the end users as a price increase. That was a quote. Indeed, the cost of requiring companies to implement additional expensive control measures will simply be passed through the consumers. It will also decrease the domestic industry's ability to produce energy, and because consumers will be forced to rely on more limited supply of energy, it will also increase the price of natural gas.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you. It's hard to believe that this is what we're talking about right now. Perhaps it's because my Republican friends may be having trouble getting votes for their budget, so we're going to need a couple of things to do just in case. I want to just say for the record that a former member of this committee, Thomas Massey, just tweeted, "If the Republican budget passes, the deficit gets worse, not better." And I'll note that Mr. Massey is no longer on the Rules Committee. Maybe he said the truth out loud too many times. But I don't always agree with him, but I admire him for his principles because he says what he means and votes based on principle. And, you know, on the legislation we're talking about right now, I certainly want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Tonko, but it is just really stunning to me that this is what we're doing, you know, at the same time trying to pass a budget that would really stick it to middle-class families in this country. You know, I love all the praise for Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, by the way, who gets billions and billions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer-funded subsidies from the U.S. government, and is now going in deciding which agencies, you know, can keep staff and which agencies can and which agencies should be eliminated. I talk about a conflict of interest, but it means nothing. It means nothing to my Republican friends at all. And I'm having a tough time trying to understand how people could be here with a straight face while this is going on. But in any event, it looks like we'll be dealing with these bills on the floor. You have something to add, Mr.?
Yeah, Mr. McGovern and Madam Chair, I think it's important for us to look at the bigger frame here. The operations over the life cycle, which may be 30 years of the tankless water heaters, is a purchase price plus operating price cost. And if you can save $3.1 billion for American consumers, that is a savings. And energy efficiency is where it's at. We have to be very resourceful about our energy supply. I think many, if not a great majority of these tankless water heaters have met the standards that we're talking about. And it's important to recognize that most of these tankless water heaters are installed in the largest of homes, and many will suggest they're in the apartments and lower income strata of households, 2.6%. So the great majority are in larger homes. And again, the industry, in a great majority, is already meeting the standards. And we need to look at the total cost over the life span of the product.
And let's not kid ourselves. I mean, if we really want to talk about lowering the cost of living for the American people, this is not it. Again, these guys have no problem with Elon Musk getting billions of dollars in federal contracts, U.S. taxpayer-funded contracts, and to do whatever he wants to do in federal agencies. And they come here and they complain about people on SNAP getting, on average, $2.06 per person per meal. I mean, they're upset that it went from $1.60 to $2.06. I mean, it's unbelievable, but I thank you for being here. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Yeah, find all this interesting. We have a tax code that Carol Miller's been working on trying to get reformed that deals with carbon capture, and that is far more effective than what we're doing right now with this regulation. Reversing this regulation will make it easier for companies to look into more innovative ways. The carbon capture technology that I'm specifically talking to, and it comes out of Section 26 U.S.C. 45Q, is what they're trying to get. And this company, CNX Resources, now has the capability, Mr. Chairman, of pulling methane directly out of coal mines, active coal mines and abandoned coal mines. I believe we'd capture a whole lot more methane doing that than we would with a regulation that just penalizes the use of natural gas, wouldn't you?
I agree.
I thought you might. And I think that both of these Congressional Review Acts are appropriate, and I appreciate you bringing them in here today, and I think that these should go to the floor and we'll get them voted on. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I guess I would hope, we all hope, that the end of 2024 would see the end of the Republican Party's war on household appliances and the energy efficiency standards that consumers, including myself, rely upon in order to get the best value for our money, but apparently no such luck. So this water heater rule, like the rules for washing machines and dishwashers before, would lower energy costs for millions of Americans. Mr. Tonko, you were talking about the bigger picture here. In addition to lowering long-term costs, isn't there also currently a tax credit under the Inflation Reduction Act for homeowners when they upgrade
Purchase.
to more energy-efficient appliances?
Exactly. So there's benefits not only for purchase, but for operating with a higher standard, better, more efficient product. So I think that's very important. If I might, on the methane side of this resolution coupled, is that every molecule of methane that is captured and not wasted is then able to be captured by the company, and that enables them to sell that product. Otherwise, now, without that, with that waste and that leakage, consumers pay the bill. They pay for the waste. Here, the company can capture that. So it's sensible. You know, they calculate that it's maybe as high as 6.4 billion as an impact. So I think we need to be cognizant of those stats.
Yeah, and I think my colleague is going to speak more to the methane aspects of it, but returning to the gas heaters, to the extent that we're concerned about the cost to consumers, aren't the tariffs that President Trump has just imposed upon aluminum and steel, aren't those tariffs going to increase the cost of appliances for American householders?
Absolutely, and it does nothing to make certain that it's a smarter purchase or that there's efficiency in the effort. You know, efficiency is where it's at today within the energy arena. The companies are understanding that they have to move to be more efficient. So it's not just efficiency as they generate and produce the energy, but as they transmit it and as they consume it. And here's an opportunity for us to have consumer efficiency that reduces bills over the lifetime of the product and enables us to go forward with the efforts to reduce some 32 million metric tons of carbon pollution.
I mean, we've heard from some of our consumer advocates that by fighting against these efficiency standards, that it's really just a handout to the propane companies.
Well, you know, it's interesting because a lot of talk about efficiency, and I've heard Republicans on the floor say that, you know, our methane industry, by the way, is sought after because it's the cleanest. Well, if that's the case, let's live accordingly and make it even cleaner. And let's make certain that the waste doesn't continue, because it's a huge contributor to, you know, the climate situation out there, which can be addressed simply with technology that's growing by the day.
Yeah, another example of how American innovation can really help us get to the future.
Exactly.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I noted my colleague on the other side asked aloud how these pieces of legislation would impact the middle class, and I can tell you they impact my congressional district and the middle class within my congressional district. The non-condensing tankless water heater market accounts for about 40% of the overall tankless water heater market. Within that, 51% is manufactured in the heart of my congressional district in Griffin, Georgia. Renai American Corporation, a Japanese company that significantly invested in our country and located many of its facilities within my district. Its headquarters is in my hometown of Peachtree City, and in Griffin, Georgia, 4 years ago, it invested in a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility to manufacture non-condensing tankless water heaters. And to illuminate the challenge that we all face, on December 26th, the day after Christmas, the Biden administration decided to impose this rule that would not only kill the jobs within my congressional district, but it would also limit the opportunity for consumers to have a choice. So a question that I have to the chairman today is, outside of my aggressive lobbying for this Congressional Review Act resolution, why did the Energy and Commerce Committee prioritize this specific rule?
Thank you, Representative Jack. This water heater rule, final rule, is the most recent action in a long history of the Biden-Harris administration promulgating standards aimed at banning natural gas appliances in the sake of energy efficiency. By bypassing this CRA, by passing this CRA, the Congress has the opportunity to help President Trump execute his agenda of safeguarding appliances for consumers. House Republicans are making it clear that we support consumer choice, access to affordable products, and a level playing field for companies.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Hundreds of hardworking Americans in my district manufacture these non-condensing tankless water heaters, and the Biden administration, during the holidays, put those jobs in peril. And I applaud the chairman for accelerating this legislation. I applaud the chairwoman of our committee for convening this hearing today specifically on this rule, because I can tell you the jobs in my district depend on it. I've met with these folks, I've visited the facility, and I'm determined to protect and champion these American jobs in my congressional district. So with that, I will yield back to our chairwoman, mindful of our voting time.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. We are 10 minutes into the votes, and we're told the first vote will close after 20 minutes. If we have members who wish to speak for a very short time, I will recognize you. Otherwise, we will recess to go vote and then come back after votes. You would be next, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. How long will you speak?
Well, I was going to defer to my ranking member up
I
first.
just need
and
10
then
seconds.
my comments are very short, but I don't know how long my ranking.
Yeah, I just want the record to reflect. You know who supports the water heater rule? American manufacturers. American manufacturers. And other than maybe Japanese based companies, you know who opposes this rule? The American Gas Association. The people who get more money when people have to use more gas in their water heaters. And there's a theme here that we see in this and with the budget that was just presented, you know, that seems to be developing here, and that is follow the money. Look where the campaign contributions are. Look who's funding this stuff. You know, the gas industry opposes this. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Thank you. And I would point out that in my district, New Mexico, you might not know, is we are the second largest producers of oil and gas in the country after Texas. So I know a little bit about methane regulations. I know a lot about how important oil and gas production is for a state. And I also know that in New Mexico, we imposed methane reduction regulations. In fact, they're similar to the feds. Actually, I think even a little bit stricter. And you know what happened after we imposed methane capture regulations? Record production. So it's not between making sure you capture methane and producing oil and gas. You can do both. And you know what? When I travel my district, when I go to Hobbs, when I go to Boswell, I've met with oil and gas producers, independents, and the big guys. And they worked with the state on these methane regulations. Mr. Tonko, did the oil and gas producers cooperate and work on these oil and gas
There was a
regulations?
coming together of manufacturers and certainly of the industry to make certain that these were rules that they could abide with.
Yeah.
And we got their input on the very smallest producers that would not be impacted. They'd be excluded, exempted from the methane program. But these are resources that will enable us to grow the innovation economy while saving us from pollution and enabling them to have that record production and growth year.
And, you know, we don't really have time, but I would also point out that if you care about workers, I care a lot about the workers in the oil and gas field, capturing that methane is actually good for their health. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When you're reducing that much in terms of carbon pollution, the CO2 as a greenhouse gas, It's good for not only us, but generations to follow.
And finally, that methane is a valuable natural resource. It should not be wasted. It belongs to the people of New Mexico, belongs to the people of America.
Thank you.
I
Thank
yield
you.
back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Norman, I will recognize you for a quick question.
Questions, thank you for putting up this, I'll yield to you, I think you got some.
Yes, I have two statements of administration policy I'd like to enter into the record, February 24, 2025, dates on these.
Without objection. Thank you, Mr. Norman. Without objection, the committee stands in recess until the beginning of the last vote of the series.
How are you, Brett?
Are we released then?
I'd like to invite Mr. Scott to approach the witness table. As a reminder, we're asking members to please limit your testimony to 5 minutes. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations.
Thank you.
One thing about the budget, Madam Chair, is that we talk about numbers. So you give all the speeches, in the fullness of time, you're relegated to numbers. And in this budget, after all the speeches about the deficit and debt, the deficit goes up the first year in this budget. There's an ongoing joke that Wimpy always told. He said he'd gladly pay a quarter tomorrow for a hamburger today. The deficit goes up the first year of this deficit. Now, that's not a surprise because we have a Republican president. Every Republican president since Nixon has left for his Democratic successors a worse deficit than they inherited, without exception. Every Democrat since Kennedy, every Democratic administration since Kennedy has left for the Republican successors a better deficit situation than they inherited, without exception. So here we are again, Democrat succeeded by a Republican. Republican first opportunity makes the deficit worse. And so you have a budget that includes billions of dollars of tax cuts for the wealthy and pays for it with cuts for working men, women, and those in need, and ends up with a deficit. Now, the only thing I'm asking for in this amendment is if you're going to have a charade like this, don't make the students and the needy pay for it. Don't make Meals on Wheels, students' access to college, Pell Grants, student loans, or child nutrition programs pay for this kind of budget. And so we want to exempt the Committee on Education and Workforce from having to come up with cuts to help make this charade of a budget a reality. So that's the amendment.
So that is your amendment.
To exempt the Committee on Education and Workforce from cuts so that children, the elderly, healthcare programs, child nutrition programs don't have to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy.
You've heard the gentleman's amendment. I have no questions to ask. Mr. McGovern?
I would just thank the gentleman for being here, and I agree with him, and I support his amendment. Look, Republicans seem to put on equal footing a tax giveaway to Elon Musk with child nutrition, with SNAP, with Pell Grants, with health care programs to help the most needy. And I don't share that view. I think if government has a responsibility, one of the major responsibilities is to help lift people up. And again, the ironic thing is you're making these deep cuts, and we're not talking about balancing the budget. We're talking about with a bigger debt and deficit than we've ever had. And so, in any event, I thank the gentleman, and I look forward to supporting his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized. I have no questions. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized. Ms. Houchin.
I have no questions.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Thank you very much for your amendment. You know, I spent time in my rural district over our work period, and 717 schools in New Mexico receive federal education funding. And if we cut this funding, what we are doing is we are increasing the cost for those schools and the families who live in them. If we do the cuts directed at the various agencies, we are increasing the cost in rural America, and that is the exact opposite of what this president promised. And I think it's very interesting because somebody said earlier that there was a mandate. Well, he won by 1.4%. And what we're seeing now is that there is such an outcry about his economic policies that his approval rating is plummeting and is now in the 30s because of what he is doing on the economy and how he will be hurting the American people. I thank you for the amendment. I think that folks in this chamber who have districts like mine should do well to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, you're recognized. Mr. Griffith. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Scott. I appreciate your being here.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Capter.
Madam Chair, and we miss you in the chair in Education and Workforce.
You're very kind to say so, sir. I miss working with you. Ms. Capter. I think you were here earlier, and I think you know, I ask every member to please limit your testimony to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, very much. It's good to be back here. Thank you, and thank Mr. McGovern, Ranking Member, for receiving us and all the members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear this evening, and the resolution we are considering today concerns a betrayal of our middle class and working people across our nation. It is a somber reminder of what some extremists consider to be priorities. Let the very wealthy get wealthier off the backs of the middle class and all working Americans. My amendment seeks to protect American taxpayers. It prevents any overreach and access of non-authorized personnel with a need to know to fiscal databases cataloging private taxpayer information for any reason outside of those already codified in the Privacy Act of 1974. Furthermore, my amendment rejects any access to personally identifiable information called PII of American taxpayers. These include banking information, tax payments, Social Security payments, Medicare and Medicaid payments, or veterans benefits by anyone that does not have the proper clearance, handling expertise, and need to know. Currently, it appears DOGE has accessed confidential personal information, including birth dates, veterans data, medical information, and financial information of each American through Treasury's fiscal databases. There is no clear indication of what is being done with this information. Billionaires and their private interests and corporations should not have access to sensitive information on everyday Americans. The top U.S. Treasury official in charge of disbursements for Social Security, Medicare payments, and Treasury Department transactions was forced to resign after pressure from Elon Musk's reckless effort to gain control over critical transactions impacting millions upon millions of our fellow citizens. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who holds 3 citizenships and has been a citizen of our republic for just 22 years, does not possess the legal authority nor standing to interfere with the U.S. Treasury Department's significant transactions. We cannot allow him or any outsider to run roughshod over our institutions. This amendment rejects the use of any fiscal data of federal employees being unlawfully obtained, being placed on administrative leave, being fired, or forced to resign or retire from federal service. The Privacy Act of 1974 allows for financial data of federal employees to be used, if needed, for background checks, counterintelligence purposes, or other law enforcement purposes. This amendment is meant to ensure that the insiders or those with conflicts of interest, clearly, and the ultra-wealthy do not use fiscal systems or financial data to make decisions about Americans for political or business-related reasons, or traffic with information on their own behalf where they hold clear conflicts of interest. Similarly, I reject artificial intelligence capabilities being placed on federal financial systems without the proper safeguards in place to maintain and govern such uses of AI. I support the responsible use and protection of all fiscal systems and financial data of federal employees, as well as appropriated funds for foreign assistance and training programs for government personnel. I support taxpayer rights to have their fiscal information maintained securely and handled properly without fear of judgment or reprisal by the appropriate persons, and I support the process by which funds are legally authorized and appropriated by Congress and the legal systems needed to safeguard subsequent expenditures. To conclude, access to U.S. government fiscal service systems and systems of record has already occurred by DOGE, creating uncertainty and chaos impacting personnel across our federal workforce, foreign allies, and corporate partners. Finally, I urge my colleagues to please support my amendment to ensure unelected oligarchs and those with money and political power are not able to weaponize our financial systems, disrupt our nation's critical workforce, damage federal systems for upholding privacy, and our congressional power of the purse to appropriate funds. We must protect our taxpayers and our workforce, both public and private sector, from inappropriate and unlawful access and the use of their private financial information and the systems on which it resides. The Privacy Act of 1974 clearly governs the collection, maintenance, use, dissemination of information about individuals that is maintained in the systems of record. An unelected billionaire who holds 3 citizenships and whose conflicts of interest must be considered when delving into the private records that are held securely by the government of the United States. Our national security personnel, our federal contractors, all will be impacted by this. This snooping heightens risk for adversarial targeting or inappropriate use. Any access by unqualified persons to banking information of foreign entities risks damaging foreign partnerships, diplomatic relations, and national security. And finally, artificial intelligence is still a new and emerging capability with little codified governance. Introducing this capability into federal financial systems, especially by anyone with business interests in its adoption, would bring unprecedented risk to the integrity and safety of our fiscal systems and the people they serve. I urge you to please support my amendment on behalf of the American people to provide greater protection to sensitive taxpayer data, uphold Article I congressional authority, and ensure critical partnerships and our citizens' private records are not damaged by billionaires ransacking our federal government. Our financial system mustn't be weaponized against our own people. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you late in the day, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Capter. At this time, I have no questions. Mr. McGovern?
I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an amendment testimony from Representative Hernandez in support of amendment number 15. And
Without objection.
And I would just say to Congresswoman Capter, I agree with your amendment. It is disturbing that this is happening, and there's so little transparency. And I doubt very much that this committee, unfortunately, will make your amendment in order. But I would like to think that some of my Republican friends might demand better oversight by congressional committees to see whether there is a conflict of interest and to see what is happening. I mean, I've been at town meetings and people are asking questions. They just want to know the information, and they can't get it. So, again, I thank you for being here, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Capter, I've just been given an amendment that was submitted by you, which is not the same as what your testimony is. And I'm curious about that. Do you have another amendment that you have submitted? Because the amendment that I have, it begins in section 2001 with respect to general government, 800, increase the amount of budget authority and outlays for the applicable fiscal
the what,
year as
ma'am?
follows, and adjust other levels as appropriate. Is that is the amendment that we have from you? So I'm
I don't know if
happy-
another one was submitted. I really don't know.
Okay, well,
But this is the one I want considered, and, where's my guy here? Were 2 amendments submitted? Okay. So this relates to Section 2001.
section 2001, right, okay.
Resolution 14.
Okay.
Do you want me to come back tomorrow?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Well, thank you very much. Let's see, Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Neguse. Ms. Houcher. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No, thank you very much, Representative Cassidy. You're always going to be really important. Thank you.
Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Scott.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair, but I would just like to point out that obviously a lot of money went somewhere, and I think that some of the investigation should include, whose bank account that money went into for, all those grants through USAID. And I think there needs to be criminal investigation of where some of the money was going.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. No questions. Mr. Jack.
No questions.
Okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay,
Ms.
Madam Chair,
Cassidy.
we will submit whatever supplementary information is needed to clarify the amendment and its purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you very
We
much.
appreciate that. Seeing no other members wishing to testify on HJ Res 20, HJ Res 35, or HCon Res 14, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the committee grant HJ Res 20, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for Consumer Gas-Fired Instantaneous Water Heaters, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of HJ Res 35, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charged for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and exemptions, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of HCon Res 14, establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034 under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution. The rule provides 3 hours of debate with 2 hours confined to the congressional budget equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and 1 hour on the subject of economic goals and policies equally divided and controlled by Representative Swikert of Arizona and Representative Beyer of Virginia or their respective designees. The rule provides that the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the concurrent resolution as amended shall be considered as read. The rule permits the chair of the Committee on the Budget to offer amendments in the House pursuant to Section 305A5 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 to achieve mathematical consistency. Finally, the rule provides that the concurrent resolution shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question of its adoption.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Madam Chair.
Mr. McGovern.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make and order amendment number 5 offered by myself and ranking member Angie Craig of the House Agriculture Committee, which prevents cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. By striking the reconciliation instructions to the Agriculture Committee, this amendment protects SNAP for the 42 million people in this country who rely on these modest benefits to afford food. It is our most effective tool to reduce food insecurity for families in every one of our districts. Again, as I mentioned before, the average SNAP benefit today is about $2.06 per person per meal. My Republican friends want to reduce that down to $1.60. I find it absolutely shameful that this majority is seeking to gut SNAP by nearly 25% to fund tax breaks for billionaires and corporations. I've never heard anything so cruel in my life. Republicans on this dais have a choice to make right now. A yes vote means that you are standing up for working people, kids, veterans, seniors, and people with disabilities who rely on these benefits to survive. A no vote means that you care more about tax breaks for billionaires than food for working families.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
As for
to.
roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Lesher Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Lesher Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there another amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 77 offered by myself, which extends tax cuts only for people making under $400,000 per year. You know, when they talk about their awful tax scam enacted during the last Trump presidency, my Republican colleagues like to leave out the fact that the richest people in this country, millionaires and billionaires, got 288 times more of the benefit than regular working-class people, like teachers and firefighters. Let me repeat that. The richest in this country are getting 288 times more tax cuts than the average worker. That is wrong. This amendment is very simple. It extends tax cuts only for people making under $400,000 per year. It's a chance for my Republican colleagues to put their money where their mouth is. If you want to have a tax system that puts middle-class families ahead of billionaires, you should support this amendment. The yes vote on this amendment extends only the tax cuts for middle and working-class families. A no vote continues our unfair tax system that rewards billionaires over regular people.
Is there further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment?
I think Mr. Neguse, yeah.
Mr. Neguse?
Yes, I thank the chairwoman. I certainly support the ranking member's amendment, which I think is thoughtful and clarifies for the public what this debate really is all about. I was remiss in missing some of the debate earlier on this bill, and so I thought I might just offer a colloquy if my colleague from the good state of Texas is willing to engage me. But our good friend and former Rules Committee member, Mr. Massey, I think offered perhaps the most salient indictment of the Republican budget resolution thus far, when he released a statement earlier today on X saying, quote, "If the Republican budget passes, the deficit gets worse, not better." And I just wonder if there's, perhaps this is already debated at great length. Okay, I missed the fun.
It wasn't debated at great length.
It wasn't debated? Well, at this point, we have an opportunity, if Mr. Roy or Mr. Norman care to opine on that. But having great respect for Mr. Massey and enjoying my service with him on this committee, I would be remiss if I didn't give the two of you an opportunity to explain your change of heart and why you've become pro-deficit all of a sudden. I mean, or is this inconsistent with Mr. Massey? Happy to yield to the gentleman.
No, I'll just say, we debated this earlier and had a significant amount of conversation about it. Mr. Massey is not here to make his point. He'll be able to make that on the floor, should he wish. And as it's not surprising, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Massey and a lot of agreement in many respects with Mr. Massey on a lot of different issues, including concerns about what we do with respect to spending and tax policy. If Mr. Massey were here, we would have engaged in a colloquy between the two of us and with you about these issues. We explained earlier when Mr. Arrington was here about my belief that assumption of 2.5% growth, pegged between historic 3.2 and CBO 1.8, which is basically the middle spot of there. That plus the spending cuts, which I understand there's some disagreement on spending reductions on the other side of the aisle, those two things combined, I believe, gets it to deficit neutrality. Would I like to go further? Absolutely. But this is a effort to move the ball forward. And I would note that we worked hard, including Mr. Norman and I, to include a tie between the tax policy and the spending policy, which was an important provision for us in the Budget Committee, so that there would be requirements of spending restraint and that any tax restraint would be tied to that spending restraint, which was a fairly significant change. I yield back.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's response. I would just simply say, as you said, and you're right to note, Mr. Massey is not here. He no longer serves on this committee, and I think we know the reason why. If he were here, he'd be speaking truth to power with respect to his views on this particular bill, as he made clear to the American public by virtue of his post. No doubt that this bill increases the deficit. He knows it. The American people know it. He's no longer on this committee to say so, but I look forward to the debate on the floor tomorrow when I suspect he'll make that argument. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair, I would just,
Yes,
I would
Ms.
just like to
Leatherton.
point out that this amendment asks the Republicans and Democrats on the committee, who do you stand with? And I definitely stand with our working families and not the millionaires and the billionaires, not the person who is earning $4 million an hour who will gain from this. So I speak in favor of the amendment and hope all of our colleagues will stand with working and middle-class families.
Well, I want to move this debate along as quickly as I can tonight. I think we've heard this in different places today, but I want to get into the record some facts, not lies and not distortions. The 2017 Trump tax cuts lowered tax rates for all Americans. In fact, the lowest earning individuals gained the most benefit. The bottom 20% of earners, those with incomes up to $26,000, saw their federal tax rate fall to its lowest level in 40 years. Earnings under $100,000 received an average cut of 16%, while the share of taxes paid by the top 1% increased. So this is not So what happened in 2017 was not simply a cut for the rich. If these tax cuts expire, it will devastate our nation's families, workers, and small business owners. The average taxpayer would see a 22% tax hike, meaning on average they'll pay $1,695 more in taxes per year. 40 million families will see their child tax credit cut in half. 26 million small businesses will be hit with a 43.4% top tax rate. This is over 20 points higher than what businesses pay in communist China. So I think it's important that we get these facts out, and I'm not going to repeat them over and over again because I want to get them in the record
Madam Chair,
at one point.
just to be clear, if I can, that my amendment would protect the tax breaks for middle-class families. It just wouldn't extend them to the very wealthy.
I understand what you said, Mr. McGovern. Now, hearing none, the questions on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
That's for a roll call.
The gentleman, the clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez? Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment to the rule.
The gentleman will,
And again, I just want to make clear for the record, we support tax cuts for working families. We just don't support tax cuts for the very wealthy in this country, the millionaires and billionaires and big corporations. So I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an amendment number 78 offered by myself, which prevents tax cuts for people earning over $1 million per year. So Republicans on this committee have made it clear that they're looking out for the interests of billionaires ahead of regular people by rejecting the last amendment, which would have prioritized working and middle-class people. You talk about the deficit and making tough choices all the time. I get it. But if you're truly concerned about the deficit and the debt, I think we can start by making the richest people in this country pay their fair share. So I'm offering this amendment, which is very simple. It prevents tax cuts for people earning over $1 million per year. Fewer than 1% of people in this country earn $1 million or more per year, and those people should pay what they owe. So a yes vote on this amendment prevents those making $1 million a year from getting another tax handout. A no vote, just to remind my Republican colleagues, is a vote to put people making over $1 million ahead of school teachers and firefighters, nurses, and police officers.
Is there any further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern requests roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further discussion?
Madam Chairwoman, hard to believe that last vote, but I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 79 offered by myself, which prevents tax cuts for people earning over $100 million per year. Madam Chair, every Republican just voted in lockstep to keep our unfair tax system where billionaires pay a lower effective tax rate than working people. But I want to highlight how out of touch my friends are. Let's go from people earning $1 million a year to $100 million a year. I mean, surely you must think if someone makes $100 million a year, you shouldn't pay less in taxes than an average worker, right? Now, I did some research, and there are less than a dozen CEOs in this country who earn that much. Again, a yes vote on this amendment prevents people earning over $100 million per year from getting another tax break. So you should vote no if you want to side with the millionaires and billionaires over working people.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed
That's
to.
for a roll call.
The gentleman asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to, and I make one more quick comment about taxes. It's true the share of taxes paid by the top 1% actually hit new heights after the TCJA was enacted. Is there further
Yes.
discussion?
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 80, offered by myself, which prevents tax cuts for people with a net worth over $1 billion. Republicans on this committee just voted to protect tax breaks for people earning over $100 million per year. So I want to see how far they'll go. Will my Republican colleagues join Democrats to prevent tax breaks for billionaires? I mean, billionaires? There are 748 billionaires in the United States. That's it. And a lot of them pay a lower effective tax rate than the people we represent because of all the loopholes that you've been successful in getting into the tax code. So I asked my colleagues, who do you stand with? Your constituents or the billionaires? So a yes vote on this amendment means you stand with your constituents. A no vote is to vote to protect the 748 billionaires in this country from paying what they should pay in taxes.
Madam Chair,
Any further? Yep, Mr.
I
Scott.
would just like to point out that municipal bonds, those people own a tremendous amount of municipal bonds, and the gamesmanship in their actual tax rate, a lot of it comes from the fact that they're the ones that are actually buying the bonds to build the hospitals, the water systems, and everything else. Now, if you want to take away tax-exempt bond interest, then let me tell you something. You want to hurt a lot of the people in this country, take away the tax-exempt bonds from them.
My heart is aching for the billionaires, who, by the way, keep a lot of the money to themselves. So again, this is about whether
The money goes to build hospitals, schools. Yeah, just the facts. I know they get in the way sometimes.
Well, I disagree. So this is very clear. You can try to explain that to your constituents at a town hall.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Griffith.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, I don't know of any agency that keeps track of our net worth. So this would actually require expenditures in order to have an agency determine what the net worth of every American is. I think that's bad policy. I yield back.
But, and I also don't know how Mr. McGovern knows that these people pay less than other people. I'm not sure how you get that kind of information.
I can give you, I'm going to insert in the record a number of articles that will help explain that to all of you, okay?
Well, they're not government agencies,
They're
I would
not.
submit.
That's
Therefore, we'd have to create a government agency to determine the net worth of all Americans in order to make this amendment in order or proper.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. I'm going to call the question.
Well, there's some people who want to debate.
There's debate,
You-
there's
this
debate.
is
I'd like to
debated.
have debate.
You're going to cut off debate on this?
I will shortly. Mr. Neguse?
I thank the chairwoman for her indulgence. I would just say, Mr. Griffith, again, let's just have an honest debate. Your concern cannot possibly be that you are worried that this will require an expenditure to create a new government agency to calculate the net worth of 740 people in a country of 330 million people, 740 billionaires, whom Mr. McGovern has made a reasonable amendment to simply suggest that perhaps these tax cuts shouldn't go to the 740 richest people in a country of 330 million people. None of these people are your constituents, I suspect. That the 740 billionaires in this country don't live in your district. There are a lot of people in your country, in your constituency, earning a living wage, and those are the people that Mr. McGovern seeks to protect. So you can take the stance that Mr. Scott did regarding municipal bonds, and I appreciate his point on that. I disagree with him, but nonetheless, that's a reasonable position to take. But this notion that the government is incapable of calculating net worth of billionaires, and therefore we should let them off the hook and have whatever tax cuts they please, spare me, please. I mean, I yield back.
Thank you for yielding back. Ms.
Madam
Leisure
Chair.
Fernandez.
Yeah, I'd like to cede time to the ranking member.
I just want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record from the Oxford Review of Economic Policy, what is the average federal individual income tax rate on the wealthiest Americans? And also the secret IRS files, trove of never-before-seen records reveal how the wealthiest avoid income tax in our country. And you know what? We should actually do a hearing on how people hide their wealth and how they play games. But I mean, there's a list of here, from Warren Buffett to Jeff Bezos to Michael Bloomberg to Elon Musk, shows what their true tax rate they pay is. And quite frankly, their effective tax rate is oftentimes less than a police officer or a nurse. There's something wrong.
Without objection.
Ms.
Okay.
Okay, and, I think we need to remember that it is the job of the Internal Revenue Service to receive and to determine what the taxes are. And we are passing a resolution that's going to set up a tax cut for those billionaires. And with regards to who we represent, Mr. Griffith, I would note that you represent the most people utilizing SNAP to put food on the table for their families, and the second highest number of people on Medicaid in this committee. And so the question is, are you going to be standing with those 740 billionaires and saying, I don't think they deserve this tax cut when it's going to come out of SNAP and Medicaid? I think that's what the amendment is going to, is are we going to be standing with the 740 billionaires, many of whom are constantly cheating on their taxes, which is another issue. But I think that that's the point that this amendment is making, is who are you standing with? Your own constituents. It's 156,146 constituents on Medicaid, 57,000 constituents on SNAP, or those 740. With that, I yield back.
Let's not let this mystery go very long. We'll find out who's voting how. The questions on the...
Chairwoman, I don't want her, I just want to insert one thing in the record, and I'll be quick. It's an article by the Tax Foundation explaining how the wealthiest taxpayers paid the highest effective tax rates in 2019. I know that data is updated, and since then, there's articles since then, but that the overall effective tax rates for the wealthiest 0.001% were at 41%, 47% when you include international, and it goes down the list, and overwhelmingly, it's the highest percentage of their income and percentage that is going to insert that in the record.
Without objection, we will enter that in the record. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
As for recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other
Yes.
discussion or amendment?
I have an amendment to the rule. After that debate where my Republican friends were falling over each other to defend billionaires, which is something I haven't seen so overtly in a long time, but I move the committee make an order amendment number 53 offered by Representative Gray, which says that no tax cuts for billionaires if Medicaid is cut by a single cent. Now, this should be an easy one. Medicaid provides health insurance to nearly a third of Americans, including a lot of your constituents, and it is the primary source of long-term care in this country, ensuring that seniors and people with disabilities are able to age with dignity. So I find it especially cruel that in this budget, Republicans are proposing to strip regular people of their health care and prevent access to long-term care, all to pay for tax breaks for the richest people in this country. The previous vote made clear that giving billionaires more handouts is the #1 priority of the Republican Party. Now we'll see if they will at least commit to not cutting Medicaid at the same time. So I say to my Republican friends, you can either be with the regular people in your district who rely on Medicaid to access health care and long-term care, or you can be with the billionaires. Which is it? So this amendment is simple. A yes vote means that billionaires don't get tax breaks if Medicaid is cut by a single cent. A no vote allows billionaires to get their tax breaks even if Republicans rip health care away from people.
Is there any further debate on the issue, on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
So I think this is a whose side are you on amendment? Are you on the side of the 740 billionaires? It's such a small number. Or on the side of your Medicaid recipients? Mr. Scott, out of all the members on the committee, you represent the most people with marketplace insurance coverage under the Affordable Care Act and quite a few people on Medicaid. We already talked about the number of people that Representative Griffith has on Medicaid. Nearly all of us on this dais, nearly all of us represent over 100,000 people on Medicaid. Are you going to stand with your voters, the mothers with the babies, the people who are disabled, the children, Are you going to stand with them or the billionaires? That's what this motion goes to.
Madam Chair.
And I'd like to point out,
Are you finished?
no, we're not finished. You know, Matthew 25:30. When I was hungry, you gave me to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. When I was sick, you looked after me. Remember the people in your district who are hungry, who are sick, who need care. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Well, Madam Chair, I appreciate quoting the Bible. I've read every word from end to amen, and I think the instructions are for us as individuals, not for the government. And the idea that taxing one person for the government to provide for something is the same thing as charity is just simply not an accurate rendition of the way we're supposed to conduct ourselves. And I'll leave that at that. But I want to say this. I'm one of those people that's in the marketplace in my district. And I have a $15,000 out-of-pocket. $15,000 out-of-pocket for my family in that marketplace where y'all promised if you got the Affordable Care Act, if you liked your insurance, you could keep it. And the system was going to be a whole lot better. And you know what? It got worse for everybody. And you want to know why rural hospitals are going broke? Because nobody can afford health insurance anymore. If they're in the marketplace, they got a $10,000 or a $15,000 out of pocket, and so they don't go get health care. That's the end result of the Affordable Care Act.
Madam Chair? Well, I would just simply say, Mr. Scott, and your solution is what? To eliminate Affordable Care Act tax credits? To gut Medicaid? In what universe do the solutions that you're proposing as part of this Republican budget solve the issues that you purport to identify? I would love to work with you on out-of-pocket caps. We've made some progress in that regard this last session of Congress with respect to pharmaceutical drugs and the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm all ears. I welcome that partnership, but I'm struggling to understand. You take issue with health insurance being expensive, and your solution is to cut the very subsidies that your constituents are relying on to try to access health care. Happy to yield to the gentleman. Am I missing something? What?
The subsidies simply make it cost more.
The subsidies make the cost more. Okay.
The
so
subsidies make the overall cost of health care cost more.
Okay.
With that I'll yield.
I hear you. So I would just, so it sounds like, and then I'm going to close, Madam Chair, but it just sounds like what you're suggesting is to your constituents, look, we know you're getting a subsidy, a couple $1,000s a year to help you access health care, and our solution to health care costs being too high is to take away the $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 of subsidies that we're giving you now. I'm not a mathematician, I'm not a healthcare executive, but I don't think you need to be one to understand that that is a bad deal for average Americans. And that's why I'll be voting no against this resolution. I yield back.
Mr. Roy?
Yeah.
You're recognized.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and to reinforce what the gentleman from Georgia was talking about, on Obamacare, I would not be able to go to MD Anderson, where I went 13 years ago for cancer treatment. I had a constituent just last year, and she unfortunately died of cancer this last fall, who was on Obamacare and was unable to go get the best treatment because Obamacare does not provide for that. And that's the nature of what we're, quote, calling coverage. But then to the point at hand with respect to Medicaid, and what we're talking about is trying to reform Medicaid, frankly, to make it function in any way, shape, or form as it was designed to function. Because now what we're talking about is a massively expanded population into the able-bodied. It has shifted resources from the most vulnerable. And now you've got states that are gaming it, like California, and states that are saying, well, they're going to set higher provider payment rates for the expansion enrollees, and giving doctors and hospitals explicit financial incentives to discriminate against traditional enrollees. You get a 90% federal reimbursement rate. Under FMAP for the expansion population is a much higher rate than for the traditional population, and states have an incentive to aggressively enroll in the expansion-eligible individuals, all of which diverts the resources away from the vulnerable. In other words, there are lots of ways we could reform Medicaid to actually make it in any way, shape, or form halfway function. But what we've done is obliterate it and then blown a hole in the deficit in the meantime. We've had a massive expansion in the cost of Medicaid over the last 5 years alone, much less over the last 2 years. And if you look at where it's projected to be $1 trillion by the end of this budget cycle if we don't do something to reform it and make our system work. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Is there any further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment? If not, hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern asks for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair? No. Madam Chair, no. 4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an amendment number 81 offered by myself, which prevents tax cuts for billionaires while families struggle to put food on the table. Madam Chair, Donald Trump said he would lower costs. Has anyone here been to a grocery store lately? I don't know whether Donald Trump or Elon Musk have ever walked into a grocery store, but this past month has had the highest increase in food prices in over 2 years in this past month. And I think I saw somewhere that eggs are like $10 a dozen in some stores. And who has benefited? The billionaires who run the corporations, they just voted to give tax breaks to. So here's another simple amendment. A yes vote says that billionaires don't get tax breaks if food prices are going up for regular people. A no vote allows billionaires to get their tax breaks, even if working people have to pay more at the grocery store.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a roll call. Yeah.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I have one further amendment, Madam Chair, for me. I move the committee make an order amendment number 82 offered by myself, which protects the refundable child tax credit. I was really struck by something that happened at the Budget Committee's markup on this awful budget resolution. Mr. McClintock, a Republican, said that he wanted to go after, quote, refundable tax credits, end quote. Now, I have to assume he's going after the child tax credit, which helps working people support their kids and buy necessities like food. And going after the refundable portion would reduce the amount of money that a lot of families with kids get back. So just to recap, Republicans just voted 6 times in favor of tax handouts to the rich and powerful. At the very least, they can vote to say that we won't take money out of the pockets of working-class families with children, right? So let's find out. On this amendment, a yes vote protects the refundable child tax credit, which puts money in the pockets of regular families. A no vote opens the child tax credit up to cuts, which would mean regular people lose money. I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed
We ask
to.
for a roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
You're recognized, Ms. Scanlon.
Madam Chair, my amendment, I would move the committee making order amendment number 7 to HCon Res 14 offered by Representative McGarvey, which strikes the instructions to the House Committee on Education and Workforce in order to protect the National School Lunch Program, the National School Breakfast Program, and community eligibility provision for school meals from any cuts or reduction. This amendment would strike the instructions to prevent damaging cuts to schools, school meal programs, and education programs for kids trying to make it through the day with something in their stomach. It's unconscionable that this Republican budget would take food assistance from the mouths of kids. School meals programs are one of the most important anti-hunger programs that we have in this country to keep kids healthy and to help them learn. Cutting $330 billion in federal assistance to schools will have a devastating effect on our nation's children. It'll leave kids hungry. So therefore, I would urge a yes vote on my amendment.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
thank you for recognizing me. That's just not true. There's not a single specific cut in this budget resolution to a program. To state that in the resolution we are cutting school lunches is just not factual. So I'm at a loss for words. I yield back.
Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. McGovern.
I'm going to yield to Ms. Scanlon in a second, but I'm at a loss for words, too. When your budget contains numbers that, extraordinarily high numbers that demand major cuts in programs, for example, in USDA, $230 billion, I mean, we know where those cuts are going to be. It's going to be in nutrition programs. To suggest that, oh, we don't, you know, we're not super specific, so therefore, you know, we get a pass to vote for this with no consequences. I'm sorry, we're not going to let that go by. This budget, if it were enacted and if it were the basis for reconciliation, would devastate the middle class and would stick it to poor people in a way that we have never seen. And by the way, it doesn't save any money. It doesn't balance the budget. It's going to provide tax cuts for wealthy people, and we're going to see the deficit continue to grow. We just don't share the same values or the same belief when it comes to what's reflected in this budget. And I yield back to Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. I mean, yes, it's not specifically in the budget, but the numbers are in the budget. And where those cuts are supposed to come from was outlined in the wish list that was leaked from the Republican conference earlier this year. So it's, you know, disingenuous to say that there won't be these kind of cuts when the only way you can reach the numbers that occur in this resolution would be if you make the cuts that we're talking about. And it's been acknowledged by our Republican colleagues. So that's all. I'll go back.
Mr. Norman.
You know, we all know what this is about. This is just for supposedly political points. Let me just point out that, you know, in all due respect, it's so hypocritical of y'all. During the last 4 years, when you had people coming across this border, you had children who were being raped, you had fentanyl flowing in from China. Where was your voice then? Where was the words of you feel so sorry for the people who were killed by the illegals? You didn't say a thing. And now you're lecturing us, and just, I'll take as much time as it needs. We can sit here all night. I hope you put up 100 amendments like this. But it's really hypocritical for y'all when you stayed quiet with an inept president who couldn't even spell his last name, letting this country go to shambles and do the damage that he has done that's being corrected now. And, you know, keep doing it. The American people get where y'all are coming from. And, you know, keep what you're doing, because it's just, is sad, really, because not one word was mentioned by a Democrat.
That's.
I yield back.
Madam Chair, I need to correct the record, because in this committee, many of us spoke out against the terrible violence against innocent civilians and we go back and we'll provide you the record, Mr. Norman. I know you have selective memory when it comes to things like that.
Will you yield?
Yeah, I'm happy to yield. Well, I don't have the time. I'm just going at the good graces of the chair here, but I'm happy to yield.
Okay, where was the bill that you put up to build a border wall, to stop the immigration?
well-
Where were your words, you say the words, but there were no actions behind it?
Well, where's the border wall that you promised to build?
No, where was your,
Yeah, I don't
where was,
believe a
you
border
didn't do
wall. I
it?
don't believe a border wall is the way you solve the
Okay,
problem.
then what solved
So, yeah.
it? You tell me, you let them in.
Well, but let's go back down to what this amendment is about. I know you don't want to talk about it, but let's talk about what this amendment is about. And that's what we're debating here right now. So you could vote no on it. You voted for billionaires over and over and over again today, over middle-class families and people struggling to get a middle class. If that's where your values are, fine. But let's talk about the amendment that Ms. Scanlon has.
Mr. McGovern, it's just words, you know that. It's just words.
Madam Chair.
I yield back.
Mr. Roy.
I would just, bringing it back to the point at hand, although I agree with the gentleman from South Carolina's overall point, I would just note that in terms of what we're putting forward in this budget, CBO baseline outlays are $85.7 trillion over 10 years. $85.7 trillion. The House instruction is for $84.07 trillion. That's what we're talking about. What we're saying is that for $84 trillion over 10 years, we can't do the business of government. It's absolutely laughable. And in fact, the only criticism that I think you could levy against it is that it's absurd that we're still talking about $84 trillion and that we're not reducing that number further. $84 trillion is what this budget would put forward. I can frankly barely tolerate it
And what's the debt?
because it's so high, $84 trillion.
And what's the debt you're going to accumulate?
The debt that we would accumulate, we believe it would hold the line at the current $2 trillion level debt. The current $2 trillion debt with the goal of having growth to be able to drive that down through regulatory policy and economic policy and unleashing American energy by repealing the Inflation Reduction Act, which gives billions of dollars of tax credits to billion-dollar corporations to the tune of $1.2 trillion, crushing American energy and forcing Americans to be living with inflation, destroying the average hardworking American's family budget. It is the inflationary pressures that is devastating hardworking American families. And you guys are playing the same old games of politics when it's American families getting crushed by Democrat inflationary pressures. And we're trying to put forward a responsible budget. And $84 trillion, America, is not enough for our Democratic colleagues. Not $84 trillion.
We're asking you not to cut food for poor people.
You don't have to.
Yeah, you are.
Come up with $84 trillion. I yield back.
Madam Chair.
I want to make one quick comment. Ms. Scanlon told the truth a few minutes ago, and I didn't get a chance to say it. She says, yes, the numbers are not there to cut these programs, but we all know what's going to happen. So for the first time tonight, you all admitted that you're making up all of these things that you're saying. And I'm going to get it out of the record tomorrow and use it in the debate in the rule, because that's what you said. You said the number, it's not there. So for the first time tonight, you told the truth, and we've been saying that all evening. None of these things that you've made up are in this budget, none of them. And it's just, you're making things up as you go along. And the American people can read the budget and see that the cuts to SNAP are not there, the cuts to education are not there in the specific ways you talked about it. So they're not there. I'd like to move on tonight.
Is there a $230 billion cut in the agriculture section of the budget?
I'd like to move on because I think now we have on record that.
There's a $230 billion
What you
cut
want.
in the ag section of this bill.
Okay. Are there any further amendment? We're not on an amendment. Are we on an amendment? We
We're
are.
on Ms. Scanlon's
Okay.
amendment.
Your amendment. Okay.
Dealing with school
Any
lunches.
further discussion?
We wanted to protect schools.
Ms.
I believe
Ledger.
we're on Ms.
Hernandez.
Scanlon's amendment, and so I'd like to have discussion on it, and I'm going to yield to Ms. Scanlon at the beginning.
Yeah, as I said at the outset, I mean, Mr. Roy wants to talk about the trillions in debt. I want to talk about the kids in my district who are hungry, and that the budget proposed by the Republicans is going to threaten their ability to get school lunches. Because the only way you can make your budget numbers work in this resolution is if you make those cuts. And your own members have admitted that. So that's why we are seeking to protect it. If it's not true, vote for the amendment. I yield back to Ms. Ledger.
And Madam Chair, I believe when Representative Scanlon was saying is that you have suggested that there be cuts to the Education Committee and that the numbers are not there with regards to cutting. You cannot suggest a cut to the Education Committee of that magnitude without cutting school lunches. So let's be clear about what she was talking about. And indeed, Chairman Arrington circulated a menu of cuts in January, which included $12 billion of cuts to school meals. So when you tell education and workforce, cut $330 billion, we object. We say we do not want you to cut $330 billion of our children's education, and we are saying through this amendment, let's protect school lunches. So that's what this amendment does, is it would protect school lunches from the $330 billion of cuts that Republicans have suggested. It's a simple amendment. That's what it does. And I urge my colleagues to stand for education, to stand for healthy children, to stand for children who are not hungry when they go to school, and to support this amendment. And with that, anything else? No. I yield back. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
I
to.
would ask for a roll call vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further amendments? Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee to make an order amendment number 52 offered by myself. The wealthiest and most powerful Americans are contemplating a tax scam that does not help families afford groceries, buy a home, or make sure their children have a better life than they did. No, they're contemplating a tax scam that will continue to enrich themselves. I request unanimous consent to submit the January 10th, 2025 report from the Department of Treasury entitled "The Cost and Distribution of Extending Expiring Provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Acts of 2017" into the record.
Without objection.
This report found that extending the Trump tax scam would give an extra $32,000 a year to those in the top 100%, or those earning about $750,000 a year. That windfall is more than half of my state's median household income, more than half. Extending the tax scam would provide an additional $314,000 a year handout to those in the top 0.1% every single year. The vast majority of working Americans would receive less than a few dozen dollars a month. If Donald Trump and Elon Musk really want to give massive handouts to themselves, millionaires and billionaires, if they truly believe that would help hardworking families afford groceries or buy a home, let's exempt those billionaires and millionaires who work for the federal government as political appointees from the tax benefits of this legislation. If your net worth is almost $400 billion like Elon Musk, you certainly don't need that extra money, do you? My amendment would prevent President Trump, Elon Musk, and indeed members of Congress who earn more than the top 1% of Americans from benefiting from these tax cuts or the companies they control. Roughly 75% of Americans want us to ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. This idea that we should not be taking action that benefits the wealthiest among us is very popular. So I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the questions on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
No. The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 28 to H-Con Res 14, offered by myself, which creates a point of order against legislation that reduces funding for state or local law enforcement. The amendment, if I might.
Go ahead.
The amendment is very simple and straightforward. Creates a point of order to prevent any legislation from being brought up in connection with this budget resolution and, of course, the reconciliation instructions that would cut state or local law enforcement funding. I would hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would join me in protecting funding for state law enforcement and for local law enforcement. There are a variety of programs that your local police departments, your local sheriff's departments rely upon. Federal grant funds, the COPS program, various DOJ programs. All this amendment does is protect them. And I would hope that my colleagues would join in this effort, that this could be a bipartisan effort. I don't know how you can vote against this amendment and tell your sheriffs and your local police departments that you've done so, when we know that this amendment would prevent the kind of draconian cuts that we've already seen warnings of as part of this larger debate about the Republican budget resolution. So I would just beg of my colleagues to join us in this effort. Let's support local law enforcement, and let's pass this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
So the American people really deserve to know if Republicans are willing to defund the police to give tax cuts to billionaires and the largest corporations. And this amendment would make sure the funding local police departments receive from the federal government is safe. In 2023, North Carolina got $9 million in federal funding for local police departments. Are you willing to protect that? Texas got $25 million, Minnesota got $4.4 million, South Carolina $5.9 million. Are you willing to protect the cops, the burn, the different kinds of funding that, especially in rural America, our sheriffs depend on? They're looking to us to protect that federal funding. And with that, I support this amendment, and I yield some time to my colleague.
I just want to echo the point articulated so well by my colleague from New Mexico, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Again, just to be clear, there may be sheriff's associations, local police associations following these proceedings from New York, Texas, North Carolina, across the country. I don't think it's a lot to ask to pass a 20-word amendment, 20-word amendment that just simply says we're not going to cut state and local law enforcement, that we're not going to allow that on our watch. And I would hope there'd be at least a few members on the other side of the aisle that would join me in that effort. I've heard them year after year after year offer criticisms of various statements made by folks on my side of the aisle. I would just simply implore you, here's an opportunity to support local law enforcement. And I believe, I'm just saying this, I mean, can't predict the future, but I suspect that if this budget resolution passes, and if the underlying reconciliation bills consistent with the instructions pass, that there are going to be a lot of local police departments and local sheriffs approaching Republican members asking why they voted in favor of cutting their departments. A great way to prevent that is just by voting for this simple amendment. So I yield back.
Madam Chair.
Just a moment, Mr. McGovern. I have a bill to codify qualified immunity, and I challenge my colleagues to co-sponsor that legislation. In the meantime, let's stop creating a long list of points of order. We could do that all night for every constituency.
Well,
Now, Mr. McGovern.
Madam Chair, I'm going to say that law enforcement are not just every constituency, number one. Number two, I met with a number of my law enforcement officials when I was home, and many of them are still reeling over the fact that one of Donald Trump's first act was to pardon those who violently attacked this Capitol and beat up cops right in this very building. And so there's a lot of concern, there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of resentment, and there's a lot of questioning of whether or not we are loyal to our law enforcement. And I would say that supporting Mr. Negus's amendment might be a good gesture for all of us to support, to demonstrate to them that we have their backs. And with that, I yield back.
And since it was my time, I'd also point out, Mr. McGovern, that we have not heard Republicans condemn President Trump for pardoning those violent offenders. Americans across the country are upset about the pardoning of the violent offenders, many of whom have gone out and been convicted of other crimes. And yet, our Republican colleagues are silent on that. And so I agree with you. Supporting law enforcement, supporting our sheriffs would be a great way of showing that you stand with law enforcement. And with that, I yield back my time.
There's been a lot of Academy Awards that are earned here tonight with all this pearl clutching going on the other side of the dais, and it's really rich coming from the party of defund the police. I mean, let's get real here. First, you're trying to scare seniors. Then you're trying to scare people that their kids' school lunch is going to get taken away. The only threat to school lunch is Michelle Obama, okay? And now we're here trying to say, we're trying to say that I didn't talk over you, so you don't need to talk over me. You've talked more than anybody in this room tonight. This is ridiculous. Why don't you pipe down for a second? Yeah, because what has happened in this room the champions of law enforcement are on this side of the dais, not that. The record speaks very clearly for itself. How many of you took a knee in the summer of 2020? I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Roll call vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Neguse?
I thank the chairwoman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 33 to H-Con Res 14, offered by myself, which creates a point of order against legislation that would result in a reduction of funding for the Crime Victims Fund. Madam Chair, this amendment is similar to the amendment that I offered previously, but this connects to a particular fund, the Crime Victims Fund, which of course I know many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are well aware of. It's an issue that I have worked on with my local district attorneys, and I suspect many of you have worked on as well. And again, I recognize the gentleman from New York is bothered by this particular debate. He's welcome to be bothered by it. He made references to Academy Award speeches and the like, and references to Michelle Obama and all the rest. Just to be clear, this was all in response to a pretty simple amendment that simply said local sheriff's departments in New York and in Colorado shouldn't be cut by this budget resolution. You have a different view on this. That's fine. You're entitled to that view. You voted against that amendment. Your constituents can reach their own conclusions the same way mine will about my votes. But these are amendments made in good faith. I can assure you of that. Certainly when I'm talking to my local police departments and my local sheriff departments, as I did this week, who are very concerned about the budgetary decisions that House Republicans are making, rest assured, this isn't some abstract item. These are real grant monies that go to your district, police departments in your district just as well as mine. So, if you want to vote against them, that's your right. But don't accuse members on this side of the aisle of giving Academy Award speeches or whatever other pejoratives you'd like to use. The same applies to this simple amendment. If you believe that this budget resolution should not implicate funding for the Crime Victims Fund, then you can vote for the amendment. That's why I'm going to be voting for it. If you disagree with that, and you might have intellectual reasons, to oppose it, that's fine. But it is an amendment made in good faith. I care about making sure that the Crime Victims Fund does not get cut. My district attorneys in my district care about that. The victims organizations in my district care about that. And they are entitled to a vote, which is why I ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Madam Chair?
Just a moment, Mr. McGovern. Does anyone on our side wish to respond? No, Mr.
So I just want to, again, support Mr. Negus's amendment, and as the person who was told to pipe down, I'm never going to pipe down, on issues that I think are important to my constituents and the people of this country. And I'm really sorry that we pointed out that you don't really actually support the police, that you just pretend to support the police. And I think here's a way to put that notion to rest. I mean, this should be a non-controversial amendment, offered in good faith, and I hope all my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, will support it. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to put out that in general, the Brookings Institute has done an analysis of funding between Republicans and Democrats, and it found that Democrats fund their local police through grants at much higher levels than Republicans. And Democrats increased funding for the FBI that provided some of these grants when we were in Congress. And Democrats passed various laws to increase funding for police. And I can enter it into the record, but it's a little late, so I'm going to pass. I just encourage you. I'll send it over to you, Mr. Langworthy, so you don't have to look it up. Thank you.
Now, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
Madam Chair votes no. And how is Mr. Roy recorded?
Mr. Roy is not recorded.
No, please.
Mr. Roy, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
I move the committee make in order Amendment 55 offered by myself, which states that shall not be in order to consider any bill or joint resolution that would result in a net reduction of benefits under Medicaid. We had some discussion over the importance of preserving Medicaid earlier. This would do a blanket preservation of Medicaid, especially because it is a lifeline for so many Americans in rural America. And I've pointed out some of these facts earlier. Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program funds care for over 37 million kids across every corner of the country. That is half of our country's children. They live in every state, and they come from every background. It also covers 35 million adults. For many families, Medicaid provides preventative care, vaccines, and visual and dental care, and it presents more expensive health care. All of this will be ripped away from families because of the cuts made in this budget proposal. I believe it is immoral to strip health funding from those in need. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to protect Medicaid, and I yield back.
Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment by Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Hearing no further comments, the questions on the amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no?
No.
No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No, and how is Mr. Roy recorded?
Mr. Roy is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Roy, no.
The clerk will report the tally.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you recognize.
I have amendment. Since the committee was unwilling to protect Medicaid in general, I am going to ask Republicans to commit to their statements about families' values and support protecting new mothers and newborn babies. Medicaid funds the care for more than 40% of all births in the United States, 40%. The number is even higher in rural areas. Giving birth should not be a partisan issue. Republican women give birth, Democratic women give birth, independent women give birth. It happens all across the country, and so many of them need Medicaid so that they can both get assistance and get those babies assistance. Without this Medicaid funding, mothers and babies might not get postpartum care at all, especially, as I've mentioned, in rural areas. Access to maternity and postpartum care is essential to the ongoing wellness of mothers and their babies, and I think that we should be protecting mothers and their babies rather than giving Republicans billionaire tax cuts. So without this amendment, Republicans would undeniably put millions of new mothers and newborns across the country in danger. Who will join me to stand up for mothers and their newborns? And with that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Yeah, all those opposed, no? No. In the opinion chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, request a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? No. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
2 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I have a couple of amendments, and I think it's really important that the American people know where this committee stands with regards to the various aspects of Medicaid. Because if we weren't willing to protect women and their children, are we going to be willing to protect nursing home residents where your parents or grandparents may be receiving care? Are we going to be willing to protect individuals with disabilities? I move the committee to make an order amendment number 71 and 73 offered by myself. More than 1 in 3 individuals with disabilities, that's 15 million people, are on Medicaid. This includes 2.3 million children, 8.8 million working age adults, and 4.4 million adults aged 65 and older. Disabilities, these are people who can't work, who need this care. These are people, with regards to nursing homes, who need help. In my state, 67% of nursing home residents rely on Medicaid. In Pennsylvania, 64% of nursing home residents rely on Medicaid. In Georgia, 72% of nursing home residents rely on Medicaid. So the question is, once again, who do you stand with? With the people who have disabilities, with the grandparents, with those who require nursing home care, or the billionaires that will benefit from this budget resolution? With that, Madam Chair, I yield back, and I urge a yes vote on my motion.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing no comments, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
A recorded vote, Madam Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Ganlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will record the total.
2 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have 2 amendments that affect both women's health and violence against women. I move the committee make an order amendment number 51 offered by myself, which would protect women's health research, including breast cancer and cervical cancer research, and number 70, which would protect funding for programs that prevent violence against women. 1 in 4 women will experience physical violence by their partner in their lifetime. Let me repeat that. 1 in 4 women. You all know some woman in your life, a sister, a wife, a friend, who has been beaten by her partner or who has been raped. The Violence Against Women Act was landmark legislation that brought life-saving programs and services to survivors of domestic violence across the country. Yet 172 Republicans voted against the reauthorization of that bill. And President Trump immediately threw the violence against women programs into chaos when he froze the funding and took support away from survivors. So this is not hypothetical. President Trump has already frozen the funding for women who survive abuse and rape and assault. With regards to women's health research, breast cancer is the 2nd most commonly diagnosed cancer in the U.S. and the 2nd leading cause of death from cancer in women. I'm sure, once again, everybody in this room knows somebody who has had breast cancer. I am a survivor myself. Thanks to the incredible research at the National Institutes of Health, countless women are alive today because of breast cancer research. We've made incredible progress, but we need to make more. And once again, this is not hypothetical. Trump has already completely stopped women's health research. Make no mistake, women you love, will die without additional funding on the research that can save them. So, Chairwoman, voting on this motion could, if you vote against it, you could be voting to increase the 44,000 deaths caused by breast and cervical cancer each year. You will also be voting against protecting women from violence. And with that, Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
On the amendment. Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move the committee make in order amendment number 14 offered by Representative Randall, which would strike instructions that would result in cuts to Medicaid, which provides critical health care for more than 72 million Americans. We've talked a lot tonight about the drastic toll that Medicaid cuts would have on our country, and our colleagues have repeatedly tried to argue, despite the vast weight of evidence to the contrary, that this bill will not lead to drastic Medicaid cuts. So if our colleagues genuinely believe this bill won't create deep Medicaid cuts, now's the time they can prove it. This amendment would strike the instructions to the Energy and Commerce Committee and thereby prevent draconian cuts to Medicaid. If you think Medicaid's important, if you think Americans deserve health care that they can afford, then we can't cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid. Let's make this amendment in order so that our colleagues can at least debate one of the most controversial and harmful provisions in this budget bill. And in making this argument, I would refer to the pages and pages from the recommendations for areas to cut from Medicaid for the Energy and Commerce Committee. Would also refer back to the documents I introduced into the record earlier from the Republican Hispanic Caucus and the reporting on Mr. Cruz suggesting to cheers that Medicaid cuts need to occur. And with that, I would yield back.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I would request a roll call vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chairwoman, I have another amendment.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
I move the committee make in order amendment number 40 offered by Representative Omar, which creates a point of order against any legislation to repeal the prescription drug negotiation provisions from the Inflation Reduction Act. Drug price negotiations have already saved billions of dollars a year. The government now spends less on prescriptions for seniors, and this drives down the deficit. It's one of the best win-win policies we have. It saves seniors money, and it saves the country money. But our Republican colleagues seem to be taking their cues from the pharmaceutical industry, and so they're planning to undo this part of the Inflation Reduction Act in their forthcoming reconciliation bill. This amendment would simply allow Congress to protect this valuable cost-saving program from being repealed. I'd yield back.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing no comments, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion, chair, the noes have it. The
I
amendment
would-
is not agreed to.
I would request a roll
The
call.
clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would move that the committee make in order amendment number 43, offered by Representative Panetta, which replaces the budget's GDP estimates with the GDP estimates from the CBO's baseline. We heard extended discussion of this topic when our witnesses were here because Republicans are playing games with the metrics used to score their budget bill so they can hide that their bill would explode both the deficit and the debt. They're using made-up numbers for GDP growth that no one, not the Congressional Budget Office, not Wall Street, and that no reputable economist thinks is possible. This is important because it means that Republicans can lie about the pay-fors for their tax giveaway to billionaires. They can hand-wave and say that future tax revenues will be higher because economic growth will be higher, but it's nothing more than wishful thinking that misleads the public about the real cost of this dangerous budget plan. This amendment is simple. It would swap out the bogus GDP numbers in the budget resolution and replace those numbers with the CBO's numbers, which are in line with outside analysts and Wall Street. So I'd ask for a yes vote on my amendment. Yield back.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I would ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Scanlon requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I move the committee make in order amendment number 61, offered by myself, to protect funding for the Environmental Quality Incentives Program. Only a month into office, President Trump has already betrayed rural America, betrayed our farmers when he froze $800 million of funding to farmers and ranchers across America from the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, or EQIP, as it is better known, and anybody in rural America knows it as EQIP. EQIP provides funding and technical assistance for vital conservation projects that help ag producers improve soil health and protect against drought to put food on our tables. Once again, members of this committee have millions of dollars that have been frozen by President Trump. So this is something that we are concerned about, and we want to make sure it is protected because of the benefits it provides. I would encourage those listening to go to our websites, to go to our social media, because we have put up there the cuts that would occur in your district to Medicaid, to Medicare, to education, to the ag programs in both Republican and Democrat districts. rural America deserves a government that keeps its word. These American farmers and ranchers entered into contracts with the federal government, who has now said, we don't know what we're going to pay you. My amendment would make sure that EQIP funding is protected from any further cuts. So who'll join me to make sure our farmers and ranchers have the support they need to keep affordable food on our tables? I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I yield back.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Scott.
I just want to make sure that anybody watching knows that Donald Trump has confirmed that all IRA, EQIP, and CSP contracts signed prior to January 20th will be paid. The funding has been officially approved for release. So anything other than that, fear-mongering. Thank you.
Gentlemen, if I could just point out for the record, especially after that last comment, you know, we've been watching this administration in the first few weeks, you know, and this creation of this Doge headed by this guy, Elon, whatever. I mean, Doge fired workers who manage nuclear waste. Hundreds of federal employees tasked with working on the nation's nuclear weapons program were laid off February 13th. But that move was largely rescinded because someone realized how stupid it was. Then they fired food inspectors. Around 700 people who work for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention were fired. USDA actually fired people working on the bird flu. So forgive me and forgive us if we don't trust Donald Trump or Republicans when they tell us, don't worry, be happy. We don't trust you guys when you say that you're not going to cut important programs. Because even when courts have intervened and stopped some of these freezes, the administration finds another way to slow walk it. So if I were, you know, a farmer listening to this discussion, until I get a check, until it is proven, I wouldn't trust anybody. I wouldn't trust this guy to tell me the correct time. You know, so my mother would say he lies like a rug. And we've seen that over and over and over again. The New York Times front page story yesterday was all about the lies that have been put forward that have since been refuted. But so many lies come out, we can't catch up to the ones previously. So, you know, if I were our farmers, anybody receiving federal aid, I would hold off until I see the proof. Yield back.
And
Madam Chair.
Yield back.
The colleague has yielded to me. I would point out that farmers in my district have not seen their checks. So although that might be said, they have not received their checks. And they told me this, that we need to decide whether we're going to plant right now. I need to decide whether I'm going to put the seed down so that I can grow that wheat, which will then go to feed the cows for our dairy farms. We have delicious cheese. If anybody wants to go to New Mexico and have some delicious green chili, garlic cheese, come to my district. It's the dairy farmers who depend on it's the dairy farms who depend on people like the farmers I met with who are waiting for their checks. And one of the other reasons they're not going to get their checks is in New Mexico alone, they let go of 35 members of NRCS who are supposed to help in approving those grants. So when you fire the people who have to approve the contracts and move the money, you are delaying the funding. And when you delay that funding, you are delaying the decisions as to, do I have the money to plant my crop in the spring?
Madam Chair, I would
Mr.
just point
Scott.
out that if we can't get a reference price for America's farmers so that the reference price reflects the increased input cost of fuel and fertilizer and labor over the last couple of years, the cost of groceries is going to go up in this country because there's going to be a whole lot less food planted. With that, I yield.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it, the amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
I can imagine.
Move the committee to make an order, amendment number 64, offered by myself, which would protect funding for Indian tribes. The federal government has a trust responsibility to tribes, but yet we've never adequately funded the programs that benefit that. What's worse is that last month, Trump and Elon Musk indiscriminately fired federal employees who work on these programs, and they have found themselves with frozen funding. In my own district, 1/4 of the staff at the Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute was fired. 1/4. You cannot run a college when you have gotten rid of 1/4 of the staff. We need to stop these firings and funding freezes, and we need to honor our trust responsibility. My amendment simply makes sure that the House doesn't pass a bill that would take away funding from tribes. I urge my colleagues to vote for it, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this kind of behavior all across the country right now. Our local wildlife refuge had 1/4 of their employees fired last week, and now they have to cancel all this programming. So the kind of indiscriminate slash and burn, I believe it's been referred to as a wood chipper program that's emanating from the White House and with Mr. Musk just has to stop, and I wish our colleagues would join us in putting a stop to it. I yield back.
The question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
I move the committee to make an order amendment number 57 offered by myself, which would ensure that we do not reduce funding for disaster assistance programs. Communities across the country, from North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, through Kentucky, and all the way through New Mexico and California, are suffering from natural disasters. The governor of North Carolina just wrote to President Trump requesting $19 billion to recover from flooding. The California governor requested nearly $40 billion to rebuild after the fires. Yet we have heard President Trump say we should get rid of FEMA. We should get rid of the programs that are essential at HUD, at FEMA, and other places so these communities can rebuild. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen the floods in my district that have destroyed homes, and I've seen the fires that have caused so much destruction. After a disaster, we need to come together to rebuild. That means ensuring that the federal government has the funding to help these communities. So my amendment would protect disaster assistance funding from any cuts under your budget reconciliation proposal. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Hearing no further discussion, the questions on the amendment from the motion from the gentlewoman from Indiana. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No way.
In the opinion chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed
We ask for a
to.
roll call on that, Madam Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Yes. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman? Yes. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Aye. Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin? Aye. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Aye. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, no. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion? Motion, the motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, Ms. Houchin will be managing the rule for the majority.
I will for the minority.
Mr. McGovern for the minority. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.